internets. I'm HamsterBomb. You joining me for another art stream. I'm gonna get some more of this work done on a book today. And if you've been following along on Discord, then there's a panel that I shared with you earlier. We'll be getting to today. It might even be the new thumbnail fodder for these art streams, just because the one that you were looking at whenever you click on this is actually the it's like page 2 or something like that, so it was not far. Anyway, I want to make sure I can actually hear what's going on here. Just started some musics. You barely hear it. And it's quiet anyway. I'm going to raise it. I think we were playing Atari or something last time, so I had to keep the audio a little bit more manageable. Okay. Now, that is specifically my desktop for the audio. I want to see if there's a problem if Discord comes through elsewhere. Yeah, see, like, I could tell it, just listen to Firefox. I think there's a way I did that. Yeah, I don't see how I did it, but I know I did it. Alright, so if anybody hops into live stream lobby where I'm hopping in right now, letting you know, that's the thing you can do. Let's move on over to Photoshop. Just kidding, I already have to grab a couple things here. Don't need my documents pulled up for you. Let's see. I have a folder that is just to show me what the characters actually look like in different outfits in the scene, and we're starting with Ashlyn here at the top left, so I got this outfit. There we go. Minimize that. Let's get to work. Today we're going to be listening to the lovely Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition soundtrack. Recently as in a couple months ago, finished playing through this, including its little expansion thing. We are not drawing with red. How that happened. What was I doing with red? Oh, I made the logo for NES Quest. That's the red it was. I had to grab the Nintendo red. It's not the same thing. Her hand looks a little large here. It's so big. Anyway, I'm gonna have to increase the scale on what I'm actually looking at here for my comparison. Okay, let's actually get started. I'm gonna draw this thing in the foreground here. This thing. It's what you name a. I can't see what's good. That's zoom, but we want rotate right now. I'm gonna try and get a flat line so I don't have to draw it for realsies. We're shift up here. Whoa! Okay, now see, here's the thing. I can only knock it in different directions, and that's almost right. So let's just lower that a little bit. Well, her elbow has to be on the edge of the table, so alright, let's leave it there. It's best not to just try to draw straight lines. Just don't do that. Honestly, that looks more correct to the perspective. So, let's leave that where it is. Alright, basket of bread. I did not look up enough comparisons or any images to see what basket of bread should look like, but let's just get rid of this part. I'm not going to. Why did I see it? Mouse for a second. I'm tired. Did a lot of Bloodborne last night, getting Cameron French's home. That is not how people's arms are shaped. I'm just gonna erase my way through this. I'd like to spend less time per panel. I know, like, the opposite really would be better. But, like, worrying about little things like that is what's costing me tons of time. Okay, like, just be happy with that. Trying to slowly get better, and, you know, it's just gonna happen after drawing a heck of a lot, but are what actually got there. No, it would be up higher. Like that. Alright, I kind of drew the edge of a thumb here, but I don't really know what we're going to be seeing. So, let's erase through that, because that's fabric. I'm going to assume the fabric is just kind of going under. Yeah, completely just made this up. That's the edge of the basket. Alright. Ooh, meaning this thumb is actually dipping into the food. That'd be a big no-no. I don't think they do that in food service at all. They can let you actually stick your hand in there. Don't matter to me! Not real. I can draw them being as gross as I want. Oh, so this is actually... Okay, I was zooming out to draw a better straight line, but in actuality, it looks like, since it's like a napkin or something. Isn't it great that I can't tell what I draw? I don't have an excuse this time. This I drew like last week. Alright. That's nothing. We're gonna get the edge of the basket, which I should clean up. You know, I just realized that last week we listened to Yasunori Mitsuda and his Chrono Trigger work. And this time we're listening to his Xenoblade Chronicles 1. That's funny. Right. So, you can see I clearly didn't want to have it with this basket and just kind of started hatching everywhere. For the sake of sanity, I think I should just do that now, and then we'll erase. Like, just erase the parts where it's not supposed to be. I appreciate how many notches I have to rotate, but sometimes it's just not enough. Right, now we'll separate them further. We're closer together, it's gonna make it look like it was receding. Let's keep spinning, come on. That's actually supposed to be there. Not this time. I'm very sleepy. I was thinking of like actually playing something today. I just went to my Steam. And I'm like, all right, it's one of these games I got that's been sitting here a while. Still haven't booted. And I put up 9 Years of Shadows as an option. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I'm doing this instead. Nothing against 9 Years of Shadows. So over that way, because it's got to go over the lip. Yeah, let's just assume this one covers up. Alright. Started us all off today drawing bread. Delicious. Assuming I can make it. I don't know what kind of bread this is. I didn't even, like, look up. I think I did, actually. I looked up, like, some images of what, like, dinner rolls and stuff would look like from a restaurant, and, like, there was zero consistency, so I just started drawing bread. Alright, they're getting, like, what's the name of those things? Ciabatta? Except they look smaller than that, a lot smaller. Well, as if, like, ciabatta bread has to be a particular size. Usually it is. Delicious. You ever made a sandwich out of ciabatta rolls? Doesn't matter what is inside that sandwich. That sandwich I'm gonna let my hand be a little shaky here on purpose because bread or just food in general is never clean. Well, to eat obviously this, but I mean like the line work is never gonna be pristine. So, excuse me. Still not feeling it. The napkin like spills over on that side, but like it doesn't do anything here. I feel like it should. So let's at least like cover that. Maybe even see if I can get that to look okay. So it's clear it still continues. And it doesn't go under these guys, so I'm just gonna make it black. Not everywhere, though. It looks weird. Alright, good enough. Gotta take advantage of black more. Alright, so, this is a chipmunk. Just nice little, groove lines that probably have like an actual name that I don't know at this moment. When bread rises, it kind of separates itself. We have another panel later where I'm going to have to draw the bread much more detailed, so this is just... They somehow got 3 of these too. Like, I probably should have just stuck with one. Like, this bread must be enormous. But it's not. I'm trying to get as best I can here. You know, another thing I was thinking of streaming lately was my, what it was just going to be a personal, fun replay through of Pokemon Gold. Probably my favorite game when I was a kid. And I was hatching in Pokemon Crystal to try and get a new team to start the game with. Pokemon that, like, typically you don't really get a chance to play with, but they're all in that game. I was trying to get shinies of them, like Shuckle, obviously. Houndour. He's a ridiculously hard to get Pokemon in that game. I believe he's only accessible. Hold on. The edge of the... I'm drawing the chair first, so I'll just have to erase this later. He's only accessible in Kanto in, like, one small patch of grass. Houndour. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know what the heck they were thinking. So basically, you need to beat the game before you even get a chance to see him. And then by that point, like, he's such a low level that no one's actually gonna raise him. So I bred a Houndour. After that, went for a Psyker. He's much more accessible in there. He's in the bug contest. You can actually get him pretty early, but... Thing is, like... I think I even might have raised a Scissor on my first run. But I like Scissor. So, decided I was gonna hatch one. Took an eternity, but I finally got it. How are we gonna start this here? Something doesn't quite look right here, so maybe the eye's in the wrong spot. But, before we even get to that, let's just try and clear this up. I draw her hair very weird. Bouncy. As long as I'm consistent, it won't matter. Gotta generally follow where the sketch goes. Whatever. Actually, that makes more sense. It really should be here anyway. And then she's got like a hair thing. Lit. I don't know. I'm male. I don't put these things in my hair. That's why I needed Kim's help for coming up with the outfits. You gotta be consistent and have like some sort of reference material you're using. Draw it yourself, like I said. That's why I did this little A pose front and back. Kim colored it for her own reasons, obviously, to like make sure that she knew what was going on. I just kept looking at the wrong spot. I've like 5 things open on the left side on my other monitor, so hard to see right now. To get to the back of that. That does not look good. But yeah, the last one I planned on hatching before I wanted to actually start the game was a Porygon. I say was, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. I've been trying. I've been hatching that stupid thing for the longest time. You know, it's just a pain. Just want to get a move on. But also, there was another reason. My A button on my 3DS capture card is not really working the way it's intended. Kind of just doing its own thing. And that sucks. Because I kind of need it. I'm trying to identify what's even going on here with the hand. I see thumb, 2 fingers. These would go much lower than that. Alright, so I'm gonna have to draw that before I draw the rest of the head. Also, there's hair that goes underneath it. That's probably what the rest of the squiggle here is. Alright. Probably won't see an ear. Oh, that's the ear. Shoot. Alright, let's try to... Oh, man, this is gonna be... I pose people in ways I'm like, it'll be fine. I don't need a reference. It tests my anatomy knowledge. Yeah, knuckles should start here, not that low. Try and get these fingers a little closer together than they were. Okay. Alright, we'll deal with that. They're a little far apart, but it was worse in the sketch. A bit worse, I mean, I think. It's kind of hard to tell, there's just lines everywhere. I'm trying to translate it into something that makes sense. You know, weird thing to pay attention to is look at fingernails when you're watching animated stuff. There's like these unwritten rules about when it's okay to draw fingernails and when it's not. I was even getting Kim caught with this when she was Clover was watching Tarzan and Disney's animated Tarzan. What am I thinking of? I might be thinking of like the old live-action George of the Jungle or something like that. Something like that. Other Tarzan. No. Anyway, see, even that looks like it's up too high. That's what I was trying to say. That needs to. I was saying like just watch people's fingernails because they know you're not looking at that. As I'd mentioned before, try to look when you're making stuff. Look where they're not expecting you to look. And then if you're an artist, don't spend as much time on something that the audience is likely not even going to be looking at. And fingernails in particular, there's these weird rules, like if they could do something like this on screen, animate that, the fingernails would just pop into existence around here and just vanish on the hand, and then they would pop back in. It happens all the time. You just don't notice it. I guarantee you it happens. But watch people's fingernails. There's like a certain distance, or like a size of hand on screen, where there's like this rule, you do not draw the fingernails. space my way through this. It doesn't quite look right. Fatten it a little bit. Okay, I'll see what it looks like if I actually clean that up. Not awful. Not great, but it's not awful. Xenoblade's good. Let's try to make that somewhat resemble an ear in there. It's gonna be good enough for the hair there. The rest of it's just gonna fall out the bottom. Ooh. Where is this? This is just Colony 9, I think. Man, the music in this game is great. Alright, I can see pixels. Shouldn't be this close. I'm gonna try and change that up a little bit. It doesn't quite fit the line. Or rather, you can see where I tried to sketch an erase where the heads are facing. It's like teeth, no teeth, it's pretty small. Kind of feel like I should move the eye a bit. Slightly left. I couldn't even tell you what the heck I was doing in Bloodborne last night. I'm tired. I was tired doing it. For some reason I kept doing it. Stayed up really late. That's probably why Cameron's not here. Cameron was joining me. Give me some help. Let's say this is not an eyebrow situation. Sometimes I draw them over the hair. There's another thing that happens a lot like that. You'll just see eyebrows floating over hair. But I'll do it only if it's like necessary, like if this was actually like an angry thing. And the eyebrows necessary for the expression, but it really isn't right now. Probably shouldn't put lines under her eyes. Let me zoom. I totally got some in the sketch there. Sketches in the outfit thing that I'm looking at on the other monitor. Jump. Weird trait of females versus males. The growth of eyelashes. Like, what's the actual advantage there? Evolutionarily. Like, why does that happen? Could be like a, birds will, male and female birds will grow odd, like, feather formations that don't look like they have any actual advantage or anything like that. In terms of survivability. However, they grow them anyway. And they seem to, like, do courtship dances and stuff for the females. Or males. Depends on, what species. But it's weird. It happens. Let me see. Head's kind of cocked to the side, so... I don't know if I was actually drawing it or not. I'm not. Okay, yeah, that's not on this thing at all, so I don't think I was drawing it okay. Oh, shoot. I gotta draw right through all that hair I just did. Short little hatchy lines. Oh, that's the chair. I guess that's fine, where it is. Let's say, like, I have to erase from that, too. But no, just here. Right. Oh, boy. What the heck did I do in Bloodborne? I fought this witch. Like, the next boss I was actually supposed to fight before I kind of stopped playing for the better part of 2 years. And the witch was so easy. Like, no question, easiest boss I've ever fought in any Souls game. It was pathetic. Pinwheel is harder than this witch. I don't even remember her name. I fought her one time, obviously. And I finished it, and I was telling Cameron, like, I'm convinced this witch is incapable of actually killing anybody. It's not possible. I refuse to believe any player has actually died to this thing. I think he said something like on New Game Plus, like he lost to her, and I'm like, I could imagine New Game Plus in general being its own beast. But, like, I don't think this boss can hurt you. Like, she doesn't attack at all. She just, like, teleports around the room, she's invisible, summons extremely slow goons to try and catch you. It doesn't work. And, because they're so slow, and there's so much room to avoid them. I even fought one and killed it anyway, just because I thought it was the boss at first. Nope. Man, I don't think a single person playing Bloodborne has ever lost that thing, and every other boss in the game has given me trouble. I've only fought, yes, sir. Okay, so there's what are the names of the bosses in that game? Cleric Beast. I fought him. Father Gascon or something like that. Gasca. Okay, Casca. I don't know what his name was. But he was a werewolf jerk. And then after that, Blood-Starved Beast. That thing sucked. Like, it sucked. I hated that fight. Mainly, I was just not prepared for it. I also apparently sold my opening weapon, and I wasn't supposed to do that, because unlike Dark Souls, they're not gonna give me any, like, weapon options, really, Bloodborne. There's a lot of stuff in Bloodborne I just can't get behind at all. A lot of mechanic stuff is kind of dumb. And I'm really perplexed that so many people insist, like, oh, it's so good. Bloodborne is the best. We need to mod Shadow of the Erdtree to make it more like Bloodborne. Like, do you really, though? Just gonna sharpen that. Try and make this look a little bit more like a hand. I'm also gonna make it a little bit smaller around here. I feel like it was too big. We'll see when I back up if I really screw this up. Let me see. Her hand still looks big, like... Alright, let's move that. Jack Appleton. Hello. Talking about my re-attempt at completing Bloodborne. Which I am doing, not every night, but I've done it twice now. And last night, I did it over, the Discord page's chill room voice chat. So anybody is welcome to join me while I complain about Bloodborne. The game's a little much to stream anyway. But yeah, right now I'm just running around with a Kirk hammer. I'd like to grind to get a better weapon, but because it looks like I have to buy them all. Sometimes they just, like, pop up in the shop and I didn't even realize they were there. I don't really know what is triggering that, but something is. Those are weird shaped glasses if that was an intentional line, which I guess we're gonna make it an intentional line. I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna have to replicate that weird little lip at the bottom of the bottom of every single one of them. Bottom. Oh no. Nose. That was not nice, Nose. Don't do that. Oh boy. Today, Clover decided she wanted to go over to Grandma and Grandpa's, and she wanted to. They have a pool. She really wanted to go swimming, I guess. She was saying she wanted to go swimming, spend the day there, and Kim and I are exhausted. Kim was doing overtime this week because we're really short on cash. I'm still recovering from my brain smashy, so I don't feel so good. What the heck is that line? So it's been a thing. I can't sleep. Still have like digestional issues and all that. Just gonna roughly get the shape of an ice cube. And then the other side of the water, which you should see. I'm not gonna draw the hand through this, that'd be a little much. In fact, I'm already using I'm drawing so light that you'd hardly see this in print, but it's enough. You do kind of see something through there, but alright. There's 7 ice cubes. 7's our magic number if we have to draw that again, and I'm sure people are worried about that continuity. They're reading this book and they're like, hey, hold on here. They grew an ice cube suddenly. What happened? I want my money back. Nobody does that, but it's something I'm staring at. And it'll drive me bonkers. Not them. Alright, let's try to clean this up. This might be Colony 9. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition soundtrack is what we're listening to. Man, like, that game's weird. So much weird in that game. It's great weird. It was probably the first, like, full-blown JRPG that I ever played. Because I'm not really counting Pokemon or anything like that. So I found out the other day all my Gen 3 Pokemon games are actually faked. This explains why the Migrate to Gen 4 option wasn't showing for me. You wouldn't believe how many people sent in their games to me to get Cute Charmified back when I was doing that. And I had to tell them, like, you sent me a bootleg game. And they'd always tell me some story like, oh no, there's no way. I got it. I pre-ordered it. I'm sure you did. I got it the first day from a GameStop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so this is a bootleg game. Like, I'm not telling you, like, I think it's a bootleg game. Like you were just saying, like, mechanically, there's stuff that it just can't do. So, and one of them is function with the action replay system I was using to, like, copy the Q-Charm status into one game from another. Like, it's not recognizable at all. And the same reason, like, you're not able to migrate Pokemon from one to another. You can, like, copy their information, use, like, there's an app for this called, like, PokeGen or something like that. Create the Pokemon identically to the way you saw it in your game, and then you could transfer that into a real one. It does work. Somebody did it for me for my first shiny Celebi I got. Before I decided I want to get it. On the Pokemon Crystal that they just gave us. At the time just gave us. On Virtual Console for the 3DS. But yeah, I'm going to say maybe 30%. 30% of, like, all the Q-Charm games that I got. And I couldn't tell you how many I got. Okay. Lots. They were fakes. And every single person, except for, like, a couple who were just, like, fessing up. Like, as if I'm gonna arrest them for owning a fake. Or, like, they're gonna try and convince me otherwise. Many of them tried their best to convince me otherwise, and, all that did was make me spend even more time. What is this line? What is this line? What is that? Oh, right. That's our dialogue balloon coming across from this page. All right, everybody, pay attention. It's booby time. What did I do up there? But yeah. So the fake Pokemon games, they just don't work. It's not like everything else plays perfectly fine because it's just the software, but there's a lot you just can't do. One of which is try and edit anything in Action Replay. The game is just like a code, and that code changes regardless of what the developers of the bootleg wanted, because they're really just like trying to pass off a copy. Some of the copies I saw were super obvious. Like, I took one look at the stickers and I was like, oh my god, who sent this to me? Like, people honestly think this is gonna work. You think this is gonna work? Look at this. This looks terrible. But can't stop them, man. They do what they want. That is huge. Yeah, not that big. Hold down. Don't get so excited. I think that does it for this panel. Oh, wait, hold on. We got, lines for the, chair thing. Hit a booth. They at a booth. Did you hear my language right there? They at a booth. I'm sleepy. Good enough. Alright. Cool. We're living with that. Alright, other side of the booth. I'm gonna draw this bozo. I'm gonna stick 7 as our magic number for ice cubes. So most people would probably be like, oh, I looked at the sticker, it didn't look fake. Doesn't matter. It's fake. Like, it either works, or it doesn't. You know? I'm like, stop trying to convince me of what you did to tell me that this is real. Everybody had to give me a story. As if somehow, like, their story was going to make it editable. You know, like, I could suddenly... Oh, wow. Now I can edit it. You're right. Look at that. All I had to do was listen to your sob story about how your Pokemon game is definitely not fake. And all of a sudden, it's working. That's amazing. If I tip 1 over, is that too far? Let's do that. This is a windowsill. Yunk. Mine all had the message, the save file has been loaded. The game can be played before the title screen. That's a definite red flag. But, none of the DS ones were so painfully obvious. At least the ones that I had to deal with that people would send me. But yeah, that's... Yeah, because the Game Boy Advance ones, they did something funky with the internal battery of the Game Boy Advance. And none of the fakes could figure it out. I do remember that. I think somebody sent me a fake Oh, I remember. Okay, so somebody sent me a copy of Pokemon Emerald so that I could edit their game to allow them to go to Faraway Island and shiny hunt Mew. Alright? Just like I did. And I told him, like, okay, this isn't like an on-off switch. Actually, that is not where that would be. This is messed up. You know, I can't just, like, tell your system to be here. So it was like, I could, edit where it thinks you saved last. Like, I could do that. So that was the closest. I was like, okay, just don't leave. Like, I can send it back to you. Just do not leave this place. If you do, you're in big trouble. Yep, send your game back. Alright, I get it. I understand. I will not leave that island until I shiny hunt you. Like, alright, get your party ready, everything you're gonna need. They sent it to me. And I was like, it booted up and it had that message. I was like, oh, come on. And, like, there's no way. There's no way you didn't know. Like, come on now. Sticker didn't even look good. So, they made me mail it back to them. And I'm like, okay. I was like, you better pay for that. Like, you're wasting my time here. The least you could do is pay for your return shipping. And send me something, give me all. I'm gonna go out of my way to try and make something for you. And that's what's gonna happen. But in the end, they did eventually send me a real Pokemon Emerald. They had to buy a new one. And, they were able to shiny hunt their Mew. So, it was a happy story in the end. We don't, Oh, we're gonna listen to the day and night versions of everything. I believe this is just Colony 9. His soundtrack is long as hell, so it'll definitely get us through this today. Well, let's ink the rest of this crap on the table. That's under a balloon, so I don't really worry too much about it. That was the only time somebody sent me, I think, somebody sent me a 3rd gen game to edit. And it was fake. I'm pretty sure, I don't know where I read this, but like, Pokemon Generation 3 is the most pirated game in games history. It's kind of hard to, like, test that and, like, validate it. But, based on, like, there's, like, download information on, like, ROM storage websites and things like that, like, nothing's even close to, like, how many downloads those are. Which, of course, these sites are already, like, enabling piracy, so they're not exactly the most legal thing, so why would they be trustworthy with their numbers? You gotta take all that into account. So, like, we don't actually know. However, oh, man, I remember hearing this somewhere. I don't know if this is true or not, but, more people have pirated Pokemon Generation 3 than have actually purchased and played it. Though, I would love to know the true numbers of how many of those people had already purchased it and wanted to do other stuff with it or play it elsewhere on their computer, you know. I did. You know, I own every single one of the Generation 3 games. Including Fire Red, Leaf Green, which are not good. I do not like them. I think I reviewed those too, did I? Or I kind of leave it out in my Generation 1 review. I think I left them out because there's too much to say. Don't like them. Their job was to make the original obsolete. They did not do that. Then to start with his collar. Nice straight lines. I should back up. It's a weird angle. Actually, let's go this way. Oh my god, it hangs in weird spots. Pushing all the wrong buttons, man. Any copies I see for sale, I'm like, are they legit or not? No, I'm not spending any more money on possible fakes. Yeah, well, if you, like I said, since it's the most, like, bootleg game ever, I'm pretty sure I also read that there's more, this is aside from that bit of trivia I'd heard that more people have, pirated Generation 3 than actually purchased and played it. I've also seen claims that there are more fakes than there are real ones anymore. Like, too many companies were just like trying to print their own. And those fakes, yeah, if you're hoping to trade them up to Gen 4, it's not gonna work. It just won't. And yeah, something to look out for. Yeah, don't actually spend any money on that. I was in that ballpark too before Cute Charm, Heart Gold actually. No, it wasn't Heart Gold. Pretty sure it was Heart Gold. I don't remember which one, but there was exclusive Pokemon that would appear in the games if you had Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald, Ruby, or Sapphire plugged down to the bottom. And it had to be a real cartridge or else it didn't work. But yeah, I think, yeah, some people actually sent in cartridges for me to do that with. Which was good. Luckily, they were all real. They actually functioned. Oop. That would have been a pain. It's like, those fakes, some of them look very authentic. They got really good at it when they did the DS era. And it didn't help that, let me shake these up now. It didn't help that, Nintendo's actual prints looked kind of bad and wildly inconsistent. Like, there were some prints of Generation 4 in particular that, like, that by themselves looked super fake. Like, you would never believe it was real. And I would, like, put it into the action replay just to test it for the person anyway. And, like, normally I would, like, send him photo proof because I was sick of people saying, like, I definitely bought it. You know, you gotta try it again. I'm sure it'll work. I was tired of it, so I just started taking photos when I was getting the error messages. And, yeah, I'd be shocked. Some of the worst looking, like, looked absolutely like a fake Gen 4 cartridge turned out to be real. Nintendo was just, like, cheaping out, I guess, on, making good stickers, and their quality assurance team was just asleep that day. Yeah. Calico! Welcome. How was my day so far? My day is... I'm so damn tired. I'm so sleepy. But thank you for asking. Baby's having a day out with Grandma and Grandpa today, so I get a little bit of reprieve. I should be sleeping. But I also, like, really, really want to get this done. And it's stream day, so that's what happens on stream day. I stream things. Looks like you wouldn't see this, so let's just extend that line and call it a day. I think it's easier to just try and get other Gen 4 games at this point. Get the other. Just try and get the... I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, they've got problems. It's gonna be tough. It's the edge of his shoulder. That's his arm. Both of which I'm not drawing through this stinking glass, so we're gonna erase up to this point. Don't know what that line is. Oh, is that like under his... Yeah, we're not drawing that either. That looks ridiculous. Alright, so there. Oh boy. I could just go right back to sleep. Well, I wish. I can't. My body doesn't let me sleep. It's the reason I'm so friggin' tired. Smack your head. One of the things that at least happened to me is my body's like, you don't have to sleep. No, I do. I really do. That's how you actually treat / recover from a concussion, brain. You need to sleep. But what if I lie awake until 4 a.m. every night? Oh, yeah, that'll definitely help, brain. Why are you doing this to me? Just looking out for you. I don't know. Sorry, I meant in terms of completing the Pokédex. That's all you're after. I would say Pokemon Platinum has an obscene amount of stuff that you can catch. But so does Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Those Safari Zones were incredible. So, if that's all you want, I'd recommend giving that a whirl. Is that the edge of his thumb? Just make a bump here for the edge of his thumb. Like, are people, like, actually still trying to complete the Pokedex? Like, just up to a certain generation, or, like, the whole shebang? Because it's getting really insane. I don't know, I still haven't played Scarlet and Violet. I've just heard many bad things. I heard many bad things about Sword and Shield. Played it for the lulz. It was bad. Like, really bad. Worse than I was expecting. So, I'm not exactly looking forward to trying Scarlet and Violet. Latest Gen was the only one I haven't played. It makes me a little sad. You know, I'm sad too that there's like the quality just dropped so fast on Pokemon. I'd say like the last good one was Black and White, and that was a long time ago. Like in my head, I still feel like that's pretty new. Mostly just doing it for fun. Yeah. Well, that's the way to make Pokemon games enjoyable. You got to set your own goals. That's why like trying to shiny hunt some of your favorite ones and make like shiny teams. Like you do things other than what the main game is asking for you, because the main game is treating you like a baby. And that sucks. People don't like that. Not even kids like that. Yeah, so that sucks. You know, I was 8 years old, I think, when I was playing Pokemon Generation 1. Like, I never had a problem. And obviously, it's not like I had an internet to rely on to tell me, oh, where do I go after, I beat Lieutenant Surge? Oh, wait a minute. Oh no. How do I beat Brock? He's got... all his Pokemon, they're so hard to kill. Uh-oh. I don't think I can do it. I didn't even have friends to, like, tell me advice on what to do. Like, kids are not dumb. They're resilient. And, like, it's exciting when you're presented with a challenge and you can overcome the challenge. That's human nature. So the reason why Dark Souls is so much fun, even though the game is, like, doing its best to be awful and, like, cruel to you. Yeah. But I hate roaming Pokemon. Cresselia was a nightmare to catch without a Master Ball. They're truly not that bad if you just use the right abilities. So, get a Wobbuffet with Shadow Tag, for example. They can't run. You find them one time, throw a Quick Ball. Assuming you're not playing Gen 2. In Gen 2, there is no Quick Ball. It was like the catching Raikou, Entei, Suicune. Honestly, play the games independently. Like, that's a little bit better, I think. Like, try to complete the dexes as they were designed. Play with a friend. Should probably end here. That's what made it a lot more fun. Always made a girl power team for funsies. It was an extra challenge of egg hatching, IVs, and all that jazz. Hello, Hamster in chat says Twisted Iris. Welcome! Uh-oh. We show up and the music starts getting intense. Assuming you can hear it okay? Is it just me who can hear the music? No, it looks like you can hear it. That's what I did, but it still took a while. She did not want to be caught. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I've had bad roamers, too. But, like, I don't think I've ever... I remember one time ever that I actually used a Master Ball. Two. The first was my shiny Mewtwo. He actually ran out of moves while I was trying to catch him. And the second was my shiny Rayquaza. He was about to kill himself because he outraged right away, confusion himself, and he started smacking himself, and his attack is ridiculous. So he's like, he's slaughtering himself. I was like, I'm not doing this. No. I'm like, nope, that's the end of that. Thanks for watching. I Master Balled him after all that time. Well, the Mewtwo is the one that actually took a long time, but still. Dark Souls is a beautiful concept. Like Adam Duff said, you fail and fail until you have one victorious moment worth it. The game's motivation for its art style and music is good. I can hear the music, no problem. Funny, though, I show up and the boss music starts. Yeah. I wonder what that means. Alright, there we go. That's good enough for the wetness in a hand. Oh, I drew everything but his face. Alright, this is easy. My first Master Ball was used on a Rapidash. I was young. It looked majestically legendary. Oops. I mean, like, it kind of does, but I don't remember. You know, I might have used a Master Ball in Generation 1 on Mewtwo because it was the end of the game. I don't remember. There was no such thing as shiny Pokemon back then, so it was, like, the best thing that you could use it on. But, like, even I, as a kid, knew there was no point because, like, an 8-year-old, like, okay, but I can save in front of it. Why use the Master Ball? You know, it's like, you use a Master Ball and you kind of rob yourself of the fight. Or at least that was the fun of it for me. You know. That's why, I wouldn't use Master Balls against shiny Pokemon, even legendaries. Shiny legendaries I was going after. Because why ruin it? At least that was the intention, I believe. It's a boss fight, you know, it's the closest Pokemon's gonna have to an actual challenge. Let me keep that. Let's, try to clean this up. Tephra Cave, I think. Yeah, the thing about Tephra Cave is, like, There's a whole like missable chunk of the map, and you wouldn't know any better until you progress the story a little bit, and you can't go there ever again. And sometimes there's like quest stuff way past that point. You would think way past that point in the narrative that, oh, you can't do that anymore. Oh. Playthroughs with just the regular Pokeballs, a favorite of mine. Matchy. It's true too. Yeah, normally I will catch stuff based on the look of the ball. You know, I would do that with shinies a lot. Like, what looks nicest with them? Like, I'm doing this new Perler thing specifically for Etsy, where you pick a Pokemon box sprite, shiny or not, and a Pokeball that Pokemon goes in, and I am wired on the back of it an LED light that lights up the Pokeball, and they both stand up together on one stand, and like you could just choose anybody in it. So for an example, for one of the first ones that I made just to demonstrate what this looks like, I did my shiny Charizard, who was hatched in a Pokeball. And I'm gonna have it light up. It isn't complete yet, but still. Iris, I am in the live stream lobby, by the way, just to let you know. Anybody else, you're all welcome. It's a Patreon thing, though. Gotta somehow keep the lights on here. Even though at the moment, I'm not even able to edit my videos because my program kind of crapped out, and the company behind it has still not said anything or had any idea of what's even happening. This needs to be lower. First using Master Ball on a Mew, though I'd fight it until it was low HP. Something about a blue Mew and a purple ball felt too fitting to kid me. It was a long time ago. Where on earth did Kid You get a blue Mew? What? What? I worked so hard for that. What was mine? 12121. So 12,121 runaways. You had to like flee the Mew to get him to come back again if you're going for the Gen 3 one, which I think might still be the only actual time you could shiny hunt Mew. Blue and purple is top tier color combo. I rather like blue and orange together. But normally, if I was trying to catch a shiny like that, I'm gonna try and get them to match their ball a little bit. There wasn't much you could do in Gen 3, though. With blue, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. Not 3. Just debate. I wish I had a spot between these. Trying to get a right distance so I can do this quick. Just have to erase that in a bit. I'm gonna assume this is the attack on Colony 9. I apologize if I accidentally spoil anything from Xenoblade Chronicles. I don't want to. It's a fantastic game. And it's honestly, I think I mentioned this earlier, like, it's probably the first JRPG I played that wasn't called Pokemon. Or at least one that I really connected with. It's good, man. It's really freaking good. Still is. Now, the version I played on the Wii, like, compared to the Definitive Edition, I'm like, This looks exactly the same. What do you mean this is definitive edition? When I go back and look at the Wii, I'm like, oh my god, it looked like that? That's what I played? Like, what I envisioned was the definitive edition. Like, when I'm playing it on, you know, a CRT TV, I'm like, oh, it's just what I thought I was playing. Apparently it doesn't look like that. Everyone looks really ugly. Like, people looked better in Xenosaga 3 on PS2. At least hold this in there. It's gonna get covered up for the most part anyway. Alright, good. Call today. Bread! What is this? I'm trying to move. Honestly, it's gonna be easier to draw from back here. I think. Man, I drew this really close, didn't I? Getting these at the proper distance each time is going to be tough. Whatever looks okay. Also going to have to erase through the bottom panel. Because I suck at what I do. I feel like I take way too long when I draw, but don't know a way to make it go better. The whole meal is just bread in that panel. They haven't gotten to even order yet. This is a restaurant just like slapping bread on a table. So you're like, alright, don't leave. An odd thing that restaurants do to try to entice you to start eating and get hungry because bread won't fill you up. You know that's not good for you. Really now. No kidding. Especially if it's what I drew. I just couldn't find the right kind of bread that made sense to me for a restaurant to sit in front of you. So I started just drawing ciabatta. So Olive Garden? Ain't no way Olive Garden's giving you nice stuff like this. This is like actual, like, oven-baked ciabatta. There's no chance Olive Garden, where they just give you, like hot dog-shaped plastic bread. I don't think I've been to an Olive Garden in over 15 years. So I just remember not being impressed. So, whether or not that's current information, that's fair to say, I don't know. However, that was my experience at Olive Garden. No, this is not Olive Garden. This is a fictional restaurant. In fact, if you didn't hear the story from last time when we were drawing the outside of it, there is an actual Italian restaurant at the location that they are physically visiting. However, I've been there, and it sucked. I was starving. Went out with my family that day. I think my sister had some sort of art show down... which one? There's a few art places downtown. And, so we all go down there to see her show. Afterwards, we go to this restaurant. My parents, like, reserved a seat or something. We go in there to eat, and I'm dying of hunger. I'm starving. They do not bring us bread, by the way. It's another thing. Oh, family of artists. My mom and dad are absolute quacks. But, my brother, He, I guess you could call him a sculptor. But he's a very good artist. He's, like, great at, like, perfect realism. If you can't tell, I do, like, the cartoonish kind of stuff. Like, I try to add more personality to what I'm drawing. But, he's very, very good at, replicating reality and being extremely accurate. He's very good at that. And right now, he owns his own jewelry shop. As he worked with some jewelers for a long time. He sculpted and created his own jewelry for a while in college. Not, like, necessarily for himself, like, for other people. And that was a good thing for him to do. Worked well. Makes sense that restaurant has so little actual Italian in it that even Mario would be disappointed. You say that, but I called the place Mario's, and I gave it a little mushroom icon, so... Having trouble breathing. Nothing in there. So yeah, my brother, you can call him an artist, but it's just more of like a... he probably wouldn't want to call himself that. My sister, she wants to be a tattoo artist, I believe. I'm gonna try and be a little sketchier with this. So get the, make it look like it was actually rising bread. Right, I don't know, I'd like some crusty spots here. I'll follow where I did it. Do it in patches. Don't do it everywhere. Anyway, she was more into creating more contemporary art. But, yeah, none of that actually came from my parents, but I guess you could say family of artists. We each went to art school. Terrible, terrible mistake, I'd say. I meant that Mario would be disappointed in Olive Garden. Oh, right, okay. See, it's not one of those, like, the context of what you say shows up minutes after I said something, so, yeah. I follow. Mario would be disappointed in Olive Garden. Oh my god, so... I gotta tell you something. This sucks. So there's this amazing Italian restaurant close to where I live. It's a family-owned place. The people are actually from Italy. And they had, no joke, the best pizza, like, in the entire tri-state area. No question, it was the best. The only other place I'd say was better that I've had pizza was another Italian family-owned, not a chain, single restaurant. But they were down in Florida. They still are there, and they still make pizza. They're outstanding. Kim doesn't like them very much, but I think they're great. But and this is coming from, like, Cincinnati is known for its pizza places. We have lots of really good ones here. Okay. The single restaurant place, this family-owned place. We go there not too long ago. Telling Clover, like, all right, we're gonna go get pizza. We're gonna go to Daddy's favorite place for pizza. Mommy's too. It's gonna be really good. We go inside, I'm looking all over the menu, like, where's the pizza? What's going on? Looking at everything, like, I don't see where the pizza is. I wait for the server to come over and like, can I help? All right, well, you guys ready to order? I'm like, yeah. I'm just wondering, like, so how do you order pizza? I don't see it on the menu. Like, oh, yeah, they took that off the menu once COVID happened. I was like, what? Oh no. Like, oh, what do I tell my daughter who, like, so we're gonna go get the best pizza around. They don't make pizza anymore. Oh god. Yeah, so the best pizza in the city is no longer. I was saying, like, to Kim, like, I am so disappointed. I honestly want to just, like, up and leave. Say, like, I came here because your pizza is delicious and y'all not even selling it anymore, I'm leaving. I will take my business elsewhere. Tell the manager that's why I left. Now, Kim insisted that was too rude and we needed to stay and order something. Everything else on their menu was suddenly really expensive. I didn't like my meal at all. It was actually not good. Like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Walked out when we were done and I was like, I am never going there again. It's crazy how fast, you know, something could just like completely lose your trust over something stupid as we don't make pizza anymore. You know, another place I probably would have said if you asked me 10 years ago what's my favorite restaurant in the world, what's the best meal that they serve, I would have told you Norwoods. It's this restaurant down in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. And over the years, they like to keep changing up stuff with their food. But before I get to the very similar to the Giovanni story, the sad truth of this place, what I loved so much that they had, Kim's tired of hearing me talk about this freaking meal because it's so damn good. That's not why she's sick of it. She's sick of hearing me complain about the same things over and over again. But they had what did I do? So I got their coconut shrimp meal, which they have particularly nice coconut shrimp for one thing. Coconut shrimp's really good if you haven't had it before. Like most places that do it, either do it really sloppy or cheap. It's kind of hard to find like some really good ones. But what was interesting about theirs was they gave you a couple different really interesting sauces for it. Like not like the pina colada sauce or cocktail that you would expect to have. Instead, they did this creamy sweet cherry sauce. And then like a honey mustard. But it wasn't like... It was like a homemade honey mustard. It was like technically a honey mustard. It's kind of hard to describe it. But anyway, both delicious. Wonderful with the meal. They had this salad I'd get with it. And salad was called a Napa salad. And it had like goat cheese, a creamy cherry dressing, which I could swear was them mixing the two sauces together from the shrimp meal I just told you about. I could swear that's what they did. It took me too long to figure it out. But it was always good. I love honey mustard too, Calico, but this was the best. It was so like rich and creamy. Oh, it was so good. And I'm sorry if I'm making y'all hungry, but I'm drawing food. You're able to like pick me up on your phone or something and walk into the kitchen. I can't. I'm stuck here. So the last part of this meal, that was not done. They also had this soup that I knew that people would actually like drive from like Alabama to go get this frickin' not Alabama, Atlanta, not from Alabama, and they'd like drive in hours just to get this soup. They'll get cups of it and go. It's delicious. She crab soup. Crab is delicious already. But like, man, that soup is good. So, time passes. You can imagine I'm gonna tell you another story where they're like they get rid of their best stuff, and that's what happened. So, I go in there, and one year I'm like, okay, hold on, where's your coconut shrimp? I'm like, oh, we switched it to an appetizer. I'm like, all right, well, Not a big deal for me, right? I'll just order that as an appetizer, get a soup and a salad with it, bada bing, I'm done. And, comes out as an appetizer. It used to come, it cost the same, by the way. It used to come with, I think, 12, and they're big. Coconut shrimp. Now it comes with 6. Costs the same. And they're not cooked the same way. They're much smaller, and the sauce isn't even there. Like, they switched the sauce for some cheap, like, stuff that you could get from the store. Like, oh man, that was terrible. So, that sucked. And just last year, when I went, I was like, I already know they screwed up the, their coconut shrimp. Like, it's just gone. But I still forgot how bad it was, and I tried ordering it again. It's the exact same meal I just said. They order the appetizer, and I get a soup and salad. That was also a mistake. Because they're even worse now. They're even smaller. They didn't even taste good. Like, whatever they used for the coconut breading was actually bad. So, wow. And then on top of that, I'm looking through their stuff, and I had to ask the server, like, okay, I don't see the Napa salad. Don't tell me you actually got rid of that. It was like, it's like one of the staples of the restaurant. And that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why? The guy says, oh, I've only been here since October, and I've never heard of that before. And then they go back, he asks somebody else, like, who works there, and they're like, yeah, we don't seem to know what that is. Oh my god! So this place has, like, high turnaround, apparently, and they just changed the menu, and nobody knows what was even on it anymore. That was so bad. Over salad. But it was a delicious salad, I'm telling you, it was so freaking delicious. I'm gonna try, like, the crusted, bottom of this bread. The only thing that they still had was their she crab soup, but honestly didn't even taste as good as it used to, and I couldn't put my finger on it, but it didn't matter to me. I was telling Kim, I was like, Kim, no matter what I say, next time we're down in the area, I don't want to be here ever again. Knock this off the list of places we want to visit. I'm done. I'm done with this place. And that place had my favorite meal I've ever had. And they don't even know what it is. All for a salad? Truly horrifying. It wasn't the salad. The salad was just the breaking point, man. It's the fact that they ruined the meal I wanted. They slowly butchered it over the years. Like I tell you, like they chopped the quantity in half. And then they stopped breading it and cooking it the way they used to. And then the shrimp was smaller. They used different sauce. It was super cheap. Like, they did everything to cut corners slowly as time wore on, and it was just crap. That's why. So that was a big, stinky pile of poopies. But yeah, the fact that they didn't even have the salad after all of that, and they had, like, no clue what I was talking about. What's that? Like, nope, I'm done. No more. And, like, the rest of their stuff on their menu is just not wowing me, so, like, I can't anymore. Though, across the street, if I'm gonna tell you about another place I've been to, this place is, like, freaking legendary. Okay. So, look up, photos online of this place. You will probably not believe it if the photos are gonna actually do it any justice. Look up a restaurant called The Garlic. The Garlic. Alright. It is in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Smyrna does not have any vowels in it when you type it out, by the way. S-M-Y-R-N-A. Oh, A is a vowel. New Smyrna. There's an A at the end of it. What? Smyrna is how you're supposed to say the first part. Anyway, look it up. This place no matter what time of day it is, what day of the week it is, what's going on, doesn't matter. It takes so long to get into this place. You can't call ahead and make a reservation because it is so, like, they have lines of people outside just trying to get in. Okay? Like, it's actually nuts trying to get to this place. And if there's any, like, okay, the food is absolutely delicious. It's all like open stone oven baked everything's, and oh, it's so good. But what I think is really selling the place is its atmosphere, which is why I want you to look it up. It's like an amazing, like, unreal dream world restaurant. You're half outside. Did I make that mark? Yeah, I did. It's like half outside, but half inside. At any point, like, I was asking Clover, like, all right, are we outside or inside? And she'd go, outside? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, we are under, like, a natural canopy of trees. There are, like, lights hanging all over the place. You're kind of in outside all the time. But no, even though there's lots of, like, insects down in Florida, nothing comes near this place because they hang hundreds of garlic cloves by the bunches all over the place. It smells delicious. Not a bug in sight. And they actually use that garlic for cooking all sorts of stuff. They've got this garlic soup there that if you're down there and you're somehow in that area and you make it to this mystical restaurant wonderland, okay? You make it down there. Yeah, oh my god, yes, this place is so colorful, so many plants. The place is gorgeous. I'm telling you, like, it is so freaking cool. You get down there. Say you manage to get down there, you get the garlic soup. Which, as far as the menu is concerned, it's called Zupa de Garlic. Okay? You gotta order that. It's so freaking great. Oh my god, their specials, okay, are all handwritten on an uncooked lasagna noodle. And your table gets an uncooked lasagna noodle of, like, the writing of all the specials and everything on it. It's, like, it places, like, unmatched atmosphere. I've never been any other place in my life to eat that was even almost that good. It's making me think I probably should have drawn that place instead of here, but, like, obviously it's not where this is. There's a point where these two will go on vacation. It's not in the script anywhere at a restaurant, but, like, I could try to draw something like that. But yeah, the garlic, man, the place is amazing. It's rare that you find a place that actually, like, has, like, that incredible level of its atmosphere, but it's also really, really delicious. Oh, that place is fancy. That place is hard to get in, but I'm telling you, it's delicious. It's so good. All right, bread. I drew some ciabatta. See if there's any problems if I turn off the sketch layer. Outside of the missing spots where the dialogue is gonna go. No, I think that looks like bread. That looks edible, right? Yeah. The magic's really gonna be in the color there. Oh, shoot, we got another menu. Gower Plain, baby. I gotta open up, 58. 58. Just kidding, not 58. Anyway, here's the last two panels I didn't get to show you last time. Down here at the bottom, I inked these offline. We need 57. I need an image of the... Not 50... Actually, no, I could take this from here. No, I think I drew it here on the cover, didn't I? Yeah, it's just really small. We'll grab it here instead. I would always, at that moment, boom, 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 I would jump at the end of it and make the character like, to the time of the music. Every time. I don't know why. You just run around and like, man, this music's good. It just feels good to be there. Alright, that's probably the best image I have of the menu so far. Unfortunately, I gave it its own panel. So now I have to kind of replicate this. 58, 59. Oh, great. Okay, so this is going to be a spot the differences kind of thing because even numbered pages are always on the left side and odd number pages are always on the right side. You know that because when you open a book, page 1 is on the right. Follow me, right? You got the cover on the left side. So page 1 is always going to be on the right. Odd numbers are always on the right side. So if you're going to have these open together, this is going to be a spot the differences kind of crap. People are going to be like, oh, God. This Alex guy, he can't freaking draw. I saw this, like, on the other side of the page. How come he didn't know that was there, idiot? Boom. Yeah, that's your jumping time. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da-da-da. Why is that not lining up? Da-da-da-da-da. Close enough. Actually, they're usually a little dinged up in the corners anyway. Let's let that stay. How fat are these things? I'm gonna say they're just like laminated paper. So no pages in between. Which is kind of what I sketched there. Usually whenever you see a restaurant that does that, it's because they have a ton of alcoholic drinks. It's got nothing to do with the menu. Bam. But yeah, Garlic, they had like, they've always got some sort of like live music going on too. Unfortunately, we got seated really close to them. Obviously, you can't choose where you want to sit. You're just like, all right, next time a spot for 3 opens up, please. You just gotta hope for the best. I got a shot of what the mushroom looks like. It's gonna change a little bit each time, but yeah, it does not look like that, but whatever. Like a club. Like a suit club. Yeah, it's supposed to be rounded at the top. But, like, we're seated pretty close to them, and Clover's already sensitive to, like, not only new places overcrowding, which is absolutely going to be a thing here. I already knew that was going to be a thing. But loud noises and, like, yeah, it felt really bad. Like, they were playing that really loud. They're really great, though, the people that get for the live music. Like, I don't understand how it's always so good there. Everything about the place is really good. Their portions are ridiculous, though. And not in the super tiny fashion. Like, I never finished my complaint about this restaurant that is in the actual place where these two are heading out right now. Plus, food's making me seriously hungry. I'm sorry. I'll stop. No more food talk after this, okay? But, this place where they're at, they gave me, like, incredibly small portions, and I was, like I said, I was starving, so I was pissed off. I was so hungry. And they had the audacity to charge, like, an obscene amount of money for that, too. Monsters. But, Garlic's portion sizes are gargantuan. You will likely not finish. Even if you think you're like, oh, but I'm a glutton. I can eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. You can't. Yeah, there's no way. I think the servers once, when my brother ordered something called the bocce ball. Okay, I don't know if they have this anymore. But he orders this thing called the bocce ball, and the servers told us when they sat it down, they've never seen anyone once consume the entire thing. To which my brother saw this as a challenge. What this was It was a bowl of meat. I'm gonna back up. I can't see my camera right now, but hopefully you can kind of see, like, a bowl. Giant bowl, this big. Packed high with meat. Okay, like, if you actually ate all of it, your stomach would have to actually be, like, 2 bowling balls mass. I'm trying to, like, gauge. Bigger than a basketball, okay? Huge. And lumped right on top of all of that is a meatball that is the size of a bocce ball. Hadn't heard of, like, the sport. When he was ordering this, or when they told us about it, that's why we didn't realize it was going to be so giant. But that's just what they topped it off with. I don't think they sell that anymore because it was so big, it was never getting eaten by anybody. However, I think when we were just there last time, Kim ordered the accumulative meal on accident. And it didn't have the giant thing on top, but it was still an enormous pile of meat. Even when we took it home and slowly warmed up parts of it throughout the week we were there, we were never able to eat it all. And we threw some of it away. Like, it was crazy. Alright, we have like a salad on top. Couple, those are actual breadsticks too, so I'm making fun of Olive Garden, but like, there they were. Let's see here. You know, I'm gonna draw the hand, actually. It'll help me figure out what parts of this we're not going to do. The thumb would not stick out that far. Like here. I always thought it was a little underwhelming when it became nighttime in Gower Plain. Because it's so bombastic in the daytime. There's so many cool things that happen there, too. That's where you encounter the territorial rock bart. It's like an enemy you will probably need to be a, like, end game in order to beat. Like, no kidding, I think you'll actually have to be stronger than the final boss in order to defeat this thing. It's crazy. Just a giant gorilla. Man, if you haven't had the pleasure, read the names of the named enemies in Xenoblade Chronicles 1. You know, you're gonna have a good time. No kidding. Just somebody look up, like, Xenoblade Chronicles named monsters. And just start posting and just post some of the names of some of those enemies. I guarantee you they're hilarious. And I don't know why they did that naming convention. You know, just like, it's almost like they were Mad Libs coming up with random stuff. But it's so freaking funny. Like, you'll find, like, there's a giant spider in Gower Plains, and it'll likely kill you because it's laying in wait to trap you with something. And, its name is hysterical, I forget. But, it's a good one. Like, I love those games so much. I have honestly considered replaying some of the Xeno games just so that I can say I played them on my channel. No other reason. Like, it's weird, like, soothing version of the same music. It's really good, but it's not the same. I want to be hit with those drums and the crazy energy of the Gower Plain. Once again, that fingernail rule, I'm going to say those are too small. You need to have a finger, at least as far as I'm concerned, like, I'm going to say like that big on screen. To where I'm like, alright, you have to draw the nail. You don't draw the nail, we got a problem. Like, it's gonna look strange. But from this distance, it would just crowd the picture if I actually put the nails on there. Anyway, I'm not remembering a lot of them off the top of my head. I just remember, like, Territorial Rotbart is actually one that is intended to be scary. There's a lot of them that are still, like, really scary enemies, but I don't know where they got their names from, because they're just hilarious. My beard is getting large. I feel like I'm gonna have to do some sort of, like, mocking video post when I finally have the ability to edit again. And it's like, it's been 40 years. What am I looking at here? Okay, that's a shoulder. That means this is probably the edge of his shirt. Don't draw too much of it, actually, then you would see his chin. What is that? What is that thingy? That looks sloshy. Thank you. Kim brought me a sloshy in a cup. Not a slushy, a smoothie. See how smooth it is? It's a smoothie. What the? Strawberry peanut butter? Something crunchy in there too. Chia seeds? None of that stuff goes together, but I'm okay with that. I'm drawing food, so gotta just kind of accept whatever happens here. I don't know what that line's supposed to be. Oh, that was his thumb. Ugh. That is a flavor, all right. Ugh. Well, can't imagine my own smoothies would have tasted much better. Don't really know much about making them. Hand do these. I, to this day, don't understand how, like, comic and manga artists have such pristine line work in their backgrounds. Like, it's gotta be maddening making stuff like that. It's gonna take so much freaking time. I don't understand how they're actually doing it. Just correcting them. Right there. Like, nothing is free-handed like what I'm doing. Nothing. Like, do they have, like, some magical filter? They just click a button after taking a picture of something and it just turns it into manga line work and they throw it in the background? Who knows? This tastes really weird. This tastes really weird. Alright, Mario, we're gonna suck it up and we're gonna draw this, so 58, I think, is when we had it. Some, I don't even know what that is. Whatever it is, it's thorny. Make it a little more leafy, though. Whatever this thing is. Too detailed is what it is, I say. Okay, now I'm gonna look up the Xenoblade Chronicles monster names list. Named monsters is specifically what I mean, not regular stuff. I'm chewing on seeds. Flashback to the age of comic books, where the first draft of each panel was inked by hand. With real ink before being sent to the publisher. Yep. Actually, I think I did ink by hand. I inked by hand for a few books. I did. Let me see. What was the first draft of, what I thought I was gonna do for one of my first comic? I inked it all by hand. A lot of work. Alright, I want to get a visual listing again. I don't know what that is, but... try to make it look not so shrivelly and bad, whatever the heck it is. Man, he's chewing on wads of seeds. What is she feeding me? I guess I'm gonna eat it anyway, so. Oh boy. This is, not the best smoothie she's made. Oh god. I can't. I gotta wash it down. I don't know if that's even good for my gut. Colony, 6. Man, I got so mad with myself I wasn't able to complete. How does this connect to the bottom? Who the heck knows? I don't know what the bottom even looks like. Just make it one thing. But Colony 6, I really screwed that up. I forgot that in the story, one of the cities just gets, like, deleted. And you can't go back there ever again. Like, oh, great. So I guess there's a bunch of side quests that I just can't finish now. I was spending my entire time in this game making sure that I could 100% all of these side quests. It was like a goal I set for myself. Now I can't do that. That's nice. To be fair, the game warned me, like, are you sure you want to progress the story and do this thing? But I didn't remember what happened, so, like, the other Xenoblade games is what I mean, like, typically, they don't lock off your, like, ability to backtrack like that. I hope this is the last time I'm drawing this menu. If not, I am actually going to try and steal this image and just do it again. Let's see. I don't know what I should put down here. Probably another sort of flower. Oh boy. What's an Italian flower? Let's just copy this thing on that side. A little bit smaller for the sake of the space with that logo. Those are some ugly flowers, whatever that they are. Probably should have tried to make something a little better looking. I considered yoinking an actual menu from online. Like, naming the restaurant exactly what it's supposed to be and just, like, taking their menu, but... Lily Sunflower. Thanks, Google. Sunflower look really goofy, I would think, if I put that down there. There's a million kind of lilies too, so I'm not really sure what I should go for. Might want to try one of those though. Let's see what the internet's gonna let me do. Let's see. Yeah, those, there's way too many kinds of lilies. Yeah, way too many. I'll just say I'm gonna make a 6-petaled thing, and we'll go from there. Can't go wrong with grapes. Little late to bring that up. That's a good idea. How about I put that down here? I don't have any idea of what goes in that spot. So, grapes it is. Everybody knows the Italians are a bunch of drunks. You can make fun of them because, luckily, or rather unluckily, however you'd like to see it, my family is pretty darn Italian. They're also pretty darn Greek. As you can tell from how mean they are, and talkative, and how they just snoop into everybody else's business. It sucks. Can't stand it. Actually, now that I see it, this kind of looks like a lily here, kind of open up. Like those are the seeds? No? What do you call the center of a flower? My daughter actually just got a book called The Anatomy of a Flower or something like that. Or What's Inside of a Flower, I think is what it's actually called. I feel like I need to grab my daughter's book. Because I'm blanking on what it's actually called. Let's get some points. Whatever the heck this weed is. Alright, no. Let's just go for it. Ooh, it should carry over on top of the picture here. I'm just gonna wing this. Let's see here. Next messed up. Alright, hold on. Petals don't overlap each other. Yeah, a reference photo would have been smart, you idiot. Talk to me, not anything, guys. Now, there's always like these things that I was blanking on. Whatever the heck they're called. Since I didn't get like a very particular lily. I mean, I could have spent more time getting like specifically one that you would see here. Whatever. But it didn't. Alright, let's now try to add a little something to this. They always have some color shifting. But you won't see this, it's underneath the text box. Alright, good enough for me. Well, you might see this. I'm not sure exactly where that carrot is, so let's carry under just a little bit just to make absolutely sure this is going to be covered. Extra little Annie's. Okay, dokie, there's a leaf. Alright, cool. Just outside of that stupid menu is done. I'm not putting anything on the back. I'm going to crunch some more whatever it is. It's a crunchy smoothie. So crunchy. Salad, right? Yeah. Face in the upper right. So, oh my god, that was close to his hand. My god, that was such a smooth circle. slow down. Alright, we'll go with that. What's in this? Lines and balls. Alright, got it. One order of lines and balls coming up. Crunchy. It's gonna be like a rose petal salad. We'll put like, I'll try and differentiate. Maybe like, there's stinking croutons that all the kids want to eat out of your food. And then, like cherry tomatoes. That's Italian-ish. More croutons. Use your imagination where all the freaking cheese is there. That's another thing they tend to do on their salads. Cheese. Cheese everywhere. God, I don't know what she put in this smoothie. I'm tempted to like mix my water with it. Oh, I don't think it's gonna help. Might have thanked her too soon when she brought it to me. She might have messed up a batch and just figured, I'm gonna pass it off on Alice. Yuck. Sure. Alright. What's in this one? A tiny little bowl with 2 breadsticks. What is that? I was clearly like, who cares? No one's gonna look at this. It becomes an entire panel later. Make it the best you can. Alright. Good enough. It's like, oh yeah, don't you want to come here and order the breadsticks and salad? The kind of stuff that they want you to leave. Like, not eating. Oh yeah, this is what we're known for. Breadsticks and salad. That's what Olive Garden is known for. Picking on Olive Garden. Alright, we're gonna live with that. I mean, they're not supposed to be that close together. I can actually see between them here, and then this time I can't, so... If people pay attention to that, I'm so sorry! Alright. Here's your grapes, alright? Let me try and get the leafage in there, too. There's some epic music. Xenoblade Chronicles. In fact, I don't even think this is like a spectacular part. It's just Yasunori Mitsuda goes really hard with his music. This is Teffer Cave. I think the first place where you can start locking yourself out of stuff accidentally. I'm gonna make like a little gap here. See through it. It is a viney plant. It's weird how often, like, the quests have you return to Kefir Cave. Like, so like I said, I was doing all of them in the game, and, man, it was weird. Why do you want me to go there? Like, I'm on the other side of the world. And you live right next to that place. Side quests in JRPGs are always just like, oh, let me go way out of my way to do this menial thing for this person, and I'm not really going to get anything out of it, except maybe some experience points, which really doesn't add up to anything in an RPG. It's like, okay. I'm so glad we did that. Would it be weird if I just put a tomato next to this? Because that doesn't quite seem right. Ah, screw it. I don't care. Good enough. That's a menu. I'm done drawing it. Yunk. Here's a line. Here's a line. Hold on. I'm mixing my cave up. Is Kefir Cave the one where you fight sword? No, it's beforehand. It's when you fight the giant spider thing. When you start getting Monado abilities. You gotta save Ryan for being an idiot. It's Ryan time. God, I need to spit all this out. Yuck. Right, I don't know what's sitting there. Oh, it's like a sweetener package or something like that. What on earth? It looked like it was a key sitting inside of here. I'm like, what? Could draw some weird stuff like that. Kim will have to figure it out in the background when coloring. Oh boy. I'm so tired, I don't even think I could tell you what I did last night in Bloodborne. Oh, I killed something. I killed a boss. Some praying lady who turned into a giant wolf, I think. Covered in bandages. Somehow, when she Hulk transforms, her clothes also transformed with her and got bigger. Like, never made sense to me. Like, I don't want to see Hulk's junk or anything, but I'm gonna stop that sentence right there. You know, never mind. All right, we're not gonna see this. It's under this. But I don't know. Like, why is the transformation rule always seem to change? You know, when we were like, all right, I don't actually want to see what's going on downstairs. Like, the Demi-Fiend in Shin Megami Tensei 3 was originally supposed to be naked, which makes so much more sense for what happened to him. He was turned into a demon. He's not, like, a human anymore. Even if he was Ken dolled down there. But no, like, they're like, this is something we're gonna have to change later. We know it. Just make him wear his shorts and gym shoes. And that's what they did. Shorts and gym shoes. Hulk's clothes rip, yes, but not his pants. His pants get large with him. That's what I'm talking about. She-Hulk's grow because she's female. That's what I'm saying. That's just like... Okay. Hulk's pants survive the growth. Have you tried putting on pants that, like, were already a little tight on you, and then you had, like, a big meal somewhere? You know how they're, like, impossible to get in? For some reason, Hulk goes up, like, 50 sizes, and his pants are good. They are fine. But yeah, didn't even think of She-Hulk. I don't really remember much of Marvel's characters, honestly. It's one assumption a lot of people have made. Like, oh, you're making a graphic novel. You watched the new Marvel movie? Nope. Marvel kind of sucks, honestly. Not to say I don't own some Marvel up here. I'm sure I do. Looks like I got some Hawkeye. Daredevil's great. I've read a bunch of Daredevil. I think I got some of David Mack's Daredevil. I've read all of Frank Miller's Daredevil. Like, it's like one of the... Okay, now that I'm singling Daredevil out. It's like one of the only superheroes that, like, actually felt compelling to me. Like, he used his, weakness as a strength. Even though it's, you know, it's Marvel, hokey, ridiculous, and over the top, it's still kind of cool. Oh, damn, there's another menu right there! Crap! No! Drawn sideways grapes. This is when you're being chased by a monster. What was above that? Breadsticks? Oh, that was horrible. There. Here's your breadsticks. Enjoy, everybody. I'm gonna draw the crap. Just draw some leaves and then we're gonna connect it. I've never heard the pursuit music go on this long. Actually, I had to have, because sometimes you'll get into combat and it'll continue if you don't get your morale gauge back up. Xenoblade was weird. Like, you were fighting with the party's morale just as much as you were, like, you know, worrying about your stats and all that stuff. Flower. Man, you can see so much of it. I was really hoping to not have to draw that. Oh, shoot. Let's erase this first. Before I make a real nightmare. Alright. That looks good enough. Like, I could buy that, it's still there. Yeah, sure. Alright, a hand and a window. And the window I should have done first, because it draws through stuff. Let's do the window now that I can. Before the hand complicates things. I've read the original Steve Ditko Spider-Man, and then was disappointed by basically all other Spider-Man that they've done. Not for the writing, of course, because like the story kind of stinks. If if you're reading that, I'd recommend, imagine all the speech balloons are empty. And it kind of makes it so much more interesting and impactful what's going on. Believe it or not, Stan Lee pretty much had nothing to do with that book, but he claims he, like, did everything. All Stan Lee did was come in at the end after Steve Ditko finished the entire book, and he put in the can't be words. Like, Steve Ditko drew it, he did the storyboarding, he planned out when everything was, like, what was generally happening in the story, what was going to be said, how he was going to do it per panel, all of it. Steve Ditko. Here's another one here. Yeah, Stan Lee was an asshole. Oh. Well, it's an art stream. Oh, sorry. I'll try to play it when I was. Anyway, I'm not a fan of that man. Riding on, taking credit for, the work that other people had done. He treated a lot of his, employees really badly, too. Claiming he did all that. Always branding the books with his name big and proud, even though he really wasn't doing anything. What a douchebag. Still, his name is like all over this stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Not a fan. I thought this was a Xenosaga track. Listen to it on my computer. I wonder when this plays. This would be one of the chases or something like that. It's definitely not environmental. Oh, it's because of the music that I can't, well, shouldn't try monetizing these streams. So lucky you, I'm doing streams with absolutely nothing. You can ask me anything. I don't care if it's about what we're doing. This is even when I don't care if people talk about Pokemon. As we were earlier. Not enough to make them look good. Don't get excited. Just darken that spot, I guess. I gotta get faster at this. So much ground to cover. It's kind of weird. Should be up here. I still really want to play SMT5 Vengeance. I don't know if any of you guys have. I'm really looking forward to giving it a whirl. But it's a lot of money. A lot of money I don't have. Probably would be playing that now if I actually had it. Like, we would just be streaming that instead. Not a big deal. Darkness in that there. Oh, finger, right? I am there. Say, I'm holding the eraser. Is that actually it? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, cool. Moving on. Oh my god, it's this one. It's no wonder Steve left Spider-Man after like 30-something issues. Yeah. Yeah, he did a lot more, too. He did a lot of weird stuff for Marvel. He kind of went crazy, too. Poor guy. There's gotta be more Marvel I got up there, right? Nope, that might be it. Now, I've read a bunch. A friend of mine from high school lent me a lot of it back in the day, but looks like I really didn't buy much. Man, these freaking seeds. What are these? I don't know what this is. Yeah, he did Doctor Strange. But it was also, what the heck was that called? Like, it's like black and white, weird, like the dot or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. Anyway, poor guy. There's actually a really good documentary about him. Like The Search for Steve Ditko or something like that. Neil Gaiman's in it. It's an interesting book. The documentary, not book. I don't know what I'm talking about. Going up and down, obviously. Don't do that. Will actually see the top of this, so and that part, which is probably black. I'm gonna call this easel black. Make it easy. It's colored in. If I'm ever gonna draw, is that actually the edge of this? Just to be safe, let's color into it. The edge of the easel would a little darker. Alright, there we go. There's the other part. Man, I'm getting a headache now. I don't know what she put in that smoothie. Not only did it not taste good, it's making me feel sick. I'm allergic to almost everything, though, so that's likely all that is. Unless she's poisoning me. I should be able to get some more of this available to purchase. I don't know if like you can actually go on Amazon and buy any of my stuff. I'm curious. I say I don't know because I could swear like years ago I set it up, but not a penny's come through with it. I feel like I didn't set it up right. Oh, you know what? Here, I'll show you what I was talking about. There. Show like a little bit of a line with the eraser. Clean it up. And there you go. Looks like there's a highlight to it. Not flubble. There's the edge of this. That's just the dialogue box. This is the easel itself. Make it like, yeah. I was gonna draw the line through here too, but you won't see it. Okay, so I was talking to Kim about how to do this. She says I'm gonna sketch where the paint goes, but I'm not gonna actually ink it because it'd be really friggin' confusing. Man, I'm sorry I'm coughing so much here, but whatever she put in that smoothie got a lot of seeds. Ugh. Hard to eat. Eat, you swallow. Whatever the proper word would be. Would have been convenient if I actually had some help, someone posing for this one. I was trying to think a lot more of volume when trying to draw at this point. I feel like volume is what if I failed at something in the previous chapters, I think it was volume. Well, there's your nail. Top of this toe typically tips up a little higher than that, though. That does not look right. Leave it where it was. Ah! I think I read more DC than Marvel, honestly. Marvel seems to be the one everyone's all excited about, though. I mean, they're making films that aren't complete garbage. They're bad, but they're not complete garbage. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm bending that foot pretty far, foreshortening it. Then check my own foot, making sure I'm not an idiot here. I'm just grabbing this in the right spot, because it really should be going like that away. Continue that later. Alright, on this little piggy, put a cup over the edge of that. You ever painted with your foot? Imagine it's not easy. It would probably look a lot like this. Where your fingers are all in the wrong spots. I should have drawn the paintbrush first. Yeah, probably up here. That toe would be absolutely useless when trying to paint anyway. Looks like a monkey claw. Oh, shoot. Seeing through stuff. That's what I worry that I'm gonna leave in the book on accident in several places. That does not look like a friggin' paintbrush. What did you draw, you idiot? Oops. Whoa, gosh. I scooted forward and I just started marking up the bottom here. Alright, launch. Better. Not great, but Kim is gonna have to do the rest of this. I did, sketch where generally I think it should be, but like doing that in black and white would look bad, so it's not out of laziness, it's I think out of necessity. try and draw straight lines. Zooming back farther should help with that. Let's try to straighten this up a bit. It's like Satoral Marsh, maybe? I think it's where they are. That swamp is like the prettiest swamp I've been to in any game. Every other swamp, they try to make it look ugly. Except for like Mario or something, you know, it's like bright colors, happy world. We do have a hand here holding the canvas up, so I should probably attempt to draw that now. Yeah, this is totally Satoral Marsh. I believe so. Totally is, I believe. For sure, I absolutely think so. Ooh, well, shoot. Now there's you. I drew it a little off, so now her finger would definitely show. Okay, so here's that fingernail rule I was talking about. So, like, these are closer, but, like, that's too far. I drew it way too long, but, like, it would look... That looks like too much. Put that back there, so I'm not doing it. Alright, let's connect this with the rest of the body. Why the pixels get all jagged when I zoom at weird angles. As long as they don't do it when you're straight up and down, which I think is this. Yeah. I really am getting a headache from that smoothie. I don't know what they actually put in that, but yikes. Ugh. Not feeling good. All right. Logically, let's finish following this leg, I guess. The panel, just like the script, just said, draw Ashland painting. I'm like, alright. Like, I know her character a lot more after finishing writing the whole script. So, going back again, it's, like, I can add more stuff that fits the characters. Give more personality to people. That's all this was about. It was never in the script that she paints with her foot. Now it's just a funny thing that's understated. As she does not mention that in her dialogue. Should not be there. Man, my head. Don't eat stuff you're allergic to, people. Even if your partner feeds it to you. Takes a drink. Do as I say, not as I do. Is this the cave where we fight Zord? Having a model first would have helped a lot. I'm trying to just gauge what I'm doing. At least on volume. It's like the legs should come down a bit. freaking seeds. Ugh. I'm gonna back up a bit. Run to the restroom. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Back to this butt. Get that out of the way. Alright. Shoot. Can't, like, touch the tablet unless my hands are perfectly dry. Makes it really hard to do this in the middle of summer, too, because your hands will sweat. Man, you know, I just glanced over the side. So, this would have been the next video I was going to make, even before the playing with myself. I was going to talk about the ME Figma came out. It's huge, it's cool. But, the box came in all smashed up. And, just the other day, got a message from, like an actual letter in the mail from the Postal Service requesting that I bring it in for inspection. I never requested that at all, and I was messaging Good Smile asking, like, hey, what's going on here? You know, like, are you guys doing anything? I was asking because this thing came all smashed up. Post office doesn't seem to, like... So, first of all, like I said, Good Smile was telling me nothing. I was getting nothing from them. This is not where that lines up at all. They weren't even, like, implying they were gonna do anything, or, like, say anything about it at all. Like, okay. So... I'll pre-order. Here's the thing with Good Smile stuff. So you have to pre-order it like a year in advance, okay? They only make so many of this stuff, right? In this case, usually it's like video game and anime figures and stuff, you know? They make them to order. That's how many they got, you know? Should the edge of this be like a little tattered? I guess it should be. Anyway, this thing comes in, and I have the box downstairs still. There's, like, fragile tape wrapped all around it. It's very obvious that there's something inside that is not supposed to be messed with. It comes in, and there's, like, this enormous puncture through the box, okay? Like, if you, got a disc like that big, like a pole, and you stabbed the side of the box with it as hard as you could. Luckily, the ME figure itself was fine, but, like, its box, which those things are expensive, and they're display items, the box is smashed. Like, so it's messed up, and I'm kind of mad. I'm like, I paid full price for this thing, and it's in terrible shape. And the first thing they say is, oh, well, there was no insurance sent with the order. So I'm thinking, like, Okay. Must have been on me then. Alright? If, there was no insurance, I must have actually had the option at one point and opted against it for the sake of cost. That's totally on me. I get it. That's a shame. Sucks. Should have paid for it. So, well, they pop up with another thing that I want to get from them. They made an Nendoroid of a bulb orb. And it's great. Pikmin actually getting something out of them, I was like, I got it. So I'm ordering this bulb orb, and I'm paying close attention, right, to the, what am I trying to say, the shipping part, right? Guess what's not an option? Getting it insured. So I messaged him back like, hold on, I don't even have a choice. You're telling me that you were sending out this order, this very expensive order, and you choose willingly not to insure it, and you blame me for it coming smashed? Like, take some responsibility. Man. Now, I know it's just a box, but I get really riled up. Same with, like, the, Humble Bundle thing. I get riled up when a company just, like, says they'll do something and then cheats me over for it. Like, that makes me mad, man. So, now you're kind of caught up on that. I get this message in the mail. And once again, I want to say there was no communication from Good Smile at all. This message in the mail says I need to present the damaged packaging to a post office within 20 days. Okay. Best part is, it says within 20 days. However, actually, I have a shot of Ashland wearing some shorty shorts. I guess let me find it. Yeah, I'll run with this. So, what am I trying to say here? I get this thing in the mail. It says within 20 days. The sending date was over a month ago. Like, that it was typed on the thing. I was like, great! So am I already out of time? And this somehow took over a month to get here, and I was supposed to do something within 20 days of it being sent? Oh. So, I have to head out there with this thing. I take Glover with me, as I don't really have a choice. Let's try and draw the rest of this leg. Hold on. Yeah, that'd be about right. Let's foreshorten a bit too, so. No! There's buttons on the side of my hand. No. Anyway. Yeah, these lines will go from the whole way. Well, they may. So, I get there. After waiting in line, because you know it's the freaking post office, everything takes forever. Kinda don't want to have to connect these. It's one of those things I would hope people aren't spending their time staring at this. But they probably will. Weirdos. Dang it. Then if I overwork, it's gonna look even worse. So I wait in line, finally get to the front. And this is the same post office where I had my P.O. box, by the way. Okay? I was told I had to go to this one when I had my P.O. box. So, like, you have to be in a certain zip code in order to get P.O. box. It's just the way that it works. At certain locations. Okay? I finally get to the front. Lady takes the thing to the bag, talks to a manager. They're like, you need to go to another location. Why? Oh, this apparently is not your post office. What do you mean this isn't my post? I was supposed to come here. I'm like, I guess they change it all the time. You guess they change it all the time. Well, all right. Took Clover out for lunch then, so we had another trip. We finally get to this other one. The line is much longer. And we get to the front. They cannot figure out what's going on with this thing. And I could tell they're just trying to get me to leave because, like, they don't understand what they're supposed to be doing with this. They've never seen a letter like that before. Good thing I brought the letter. I even brought the damaged Emmy box just in case they said something stupid and they wanted to take it back. Which, by the way, if they do that, they just usually throw it away or ask if somebody in the post office wants it and they just take it. Because, like, it's written up as a claim for insurance, and then it's just, like, disposed of. And then they give me a refund. But the problem is, I didn't ship it. I was trying to explain it to them, like, this was sent to me. I'm bringing this to you to show you it was damaged. And they're like, well, we can't really tell that, it, wasn't sabotage, you know, it didn't arrive, we don't know what it actually arrived like. Well, lucky for you, I've got a photo on my phone of it sitting on my porch. Here it is. And then the excuse was like, we need all of the interior components as well in order to file the claim. No, you don't. No, you don't. Like, what you need is the damaged part. That's this. Here's the box. Here's the proof it came damaged. Like, they were coming, like, this guy would come out from the back, tell me something different continuously. Like, desperately just trying to get me to leave the thing there. Just had a couple of threads here and there. Some real shredded pants. And, yeah, in the end, they were insisting I need to give them the whole thing. I could tell, looking at the guy, he, like, the way he was eyeing it, like, he just wants this. Like, I can see it. He actually just wants to keep it. But since the box was empty, because the box was smashed, and I was even telling him, like, I don't trust you to actually ever give it back to me. Also, it wasn't damaged. What you damaged was something else. Oh my god. So, they ended up refusing. Because they wanted, the entire thing. Even though that's not necessary. I was even telling them, like, here, if I give that to you, even if I drive home and I bring it back to you, okay? And you get the full refund sent over to the company I bought this from, Good Smile, and they give me a refund, what good is that to me? Okay, because here's the problem. These things are made to order, okay? In like a year in advance. The price is not the same anymore. Cameron, you finally woke up. I've been doing this for so long. I am in livestream lobby, by the way. But, like, telling them, like, you could give me a refund and it won't matter. The price is not the same. And I just want the freaking box. That's why I got you the box. Oh, man. It was bad. I'm gonna let Kim color that. Ribcage. That is definitely not a ribcage, though. Ribcage would be like way up here. You probably wouldn't even see it. Actually, do you even see the edge of, no, you would just see the shirt. Which is also supposed to be kind of a messy, tattered shirt, but not as ripped up as the pants are. Man, my head hurts. And it's not just from not sleeping, I think it's from this smoothie. What is that? Oh my god, is this the edge of a... This chair has a back to it. Nah. No, it doesn't. I changed my mind. I was drawing like, more like a cushion thing. It wouldn't make any sense. I'm not drawing it. Edge of a shirt. This is the Nopon village in Machna Forest. It has a name, I think. Frontier Village. That's it. That's the name. Still off-putting that she's painting like that. Good. I'm happy that you're bothered. That's what I aim for in life. Just bother people. Just hold on, did I put that in the right spot? I mean, like, I have the sketch has it over here. It. You know what I'm talking about. It. The edge of a corner of a shirt. Man, my head. I'm allergic to most fruit, so it's probably what this is, whatever she put in this one. Oh boy, it's not making me feel good. I know. Stop drinking it, but it's like my lunch. The paint blotches on this, obviously, to Kim was the idea. Let's, yeah, finish, going this way. Man, like, I remember spending so much time doing these ridiculous quests out here in, the Frontier Village. Oh, hold on, right. It's coming this way in the foreground. Like, these Nopons, they don't know when to stop. Oh, jeez, my head. I need some help staying awake and staying sane and not getting sick. I've still not had a nice happy run-in with the bathroom since I smacked my head. That doesn't quite look right. Like, this should be going that way. What's the edge of that doing? I'm just gonna have to erase through it. I don't know what I was drawing there. Just following what the sketch shows, and sketches can be weird. You scribble it and, like, your brain fills in the gaps. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. Perfectly fine. Just hold the pen at a weird angle. Alright. Thumb and, what do we call these things? I just used one last night, and, with Clover. What do you call it? You know, they hold the freaking paint. Man, am I not feeling well. Anyway, the thing that holds the freaking pain. That's the name. I'm so glad you asked. It's the thing that holds the frickin' pain. Gonna widen the circle a little bit here. Try and smooth it up a bit. Apparently my alarm didn't go off because my phone died. My alarm went off. She's 3 years old. Almost there. At the point where the straw is useless. That smoothie was terrible. Ugh. Okay. Back to being alive. Hey, you know what? For the sake of time, though, we're almost done with another page. I feel like I just started. That's pretty good time. Yeah. I might even be able to finish 2 today. That'd be amazing. Actually, just a peek ahead. What's 60 look like? That first panel's gonna take a while. So is this one and this one. Alright, we're probably not finishing 2 today. That was kind of asking a lot anyway. Alright, let's clean this up. Use those general lines as the edges. Frontier Village at night. This was like the first time I played a game that actually used the day-night cycle thing from Ocarina of Time. Well, it's not the first game that used it, but like made it really feel like everything was different. But it, like Majora's Mask, made it all so in-depth. So in Majora's Mask, every single event in the game is like scripted to a particular time. Like, it's unbelievable. It was actually going to be one of my next reviews, but obviously I can't review anything if I can't edit. But like, I really want to talk about Majora's Mask. Like, Ocarina of Time, I remember that coming out. I remember playing it when it was new. It was cool. But Majora's Mask is like on a whole other level. That game is unbelievably cool. And, like, nobody talks about that one. It's too damn cool to ignore. So, like, at any moment, like, there's scripted stuff for every character to be doing. And Xenoblade kind of did that. Like, on a grand scale. It wasn't as, like, specific with quests, like, you had to intercept people at certain times, but, like, if you really wanted to, I'm gonna leave the paint, once again, here to Kim. Oh, shoot, which actually means that, if she doesn't color this panel, I really can't use this like I was thinking. Should probably make a few stray ones here, like I... Can't use it as a new thumbnail. Don't know why I didn't think this was a Zelda soundtrack. Somehow it said Monster Hunter on the brain. No, man. Zelda's good. But, like, Xenoblade's just better. Like in every regard, too. Yeah, I'm gonna say like in every regard, Xenoblade is better than Legend of Zelda. And I like Legend of Zelda a lot. have had a Hylian shield and Master Sword mounted over my mantle since I moved into this home. And before then, I had them mounted over my bed when I was living with my parents. I don't know how old they are. I got them in high school. That is really close to where it needs to be, but it's not quite right. Let's try and widen that a bit. And erase through it. So, yesterday I was helping Clover with this craft for her homeschool day list of chore things we were working on. It was Arts Day. So, I helped her make a craft. We were going to learn how to paint. So, I got out some paints from the basement. I introduced her to a new tool called the Protractor, so I could draw perfect circles in some paper plates. Cut out the circles. She was working on scissors. She didn't do the cutting of the circles, though, but she practiced with some other paper. I cut those out for her, and then we painted those cut circles. Alright, if there's any track I'm gonna skip for Xenoblade, it's this one. It's the frickin' Nopon theme, it's awful. Yeah, Ricky the Legendary Hero Pawn. I hate this track. Move on. Earthsea. So, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, cut out those circles for her. Got out certain paints. And together I helped her paint. Well, by together, it was very loosely helping her. I really was there showing her like how to hold a brush, things like that. Paint all of the planets in the solar system with the sun and the moon as well. She had a very good time. And she was too eager to see them dried, so she couldn't really take it when it was not time to grab them. She like had to get them early. Couldn't wait till Mom came home. Show Mom. We also try and darken it. We also I pinned them up on a board, a black board that I used previously with like pins and stuff. And putting them all there, she could then use a bunch of other extra pins I had to make stars in the sky. They're all clear thumbtacks, basically, just thumbtacks. And pinned them all up. She had a great time. I'm glad, because spent more time learning too. That I think is just blotches of paint, or it might be you seeing through the head just to make it consistent. Let's put one there. Though the brushes do look a little different from one another. Aggressive painting. Should really get rid of that right now before it becomes a huge issue. There you go. I would not advise painting like this. Just teaching my daughter how to hold a brush. This is not how you hold a brush. And neither is this over here. I don't recommend trying that. I have tried that before, but don't do it. Alright, let's see here. So, let's get, here's the edge of your face. Figuring out what would you actually see of the shirts. Once I got the shirt figured out, then I should be good to go. see, I always thought was an odd place. Like, it's a very beautiful place, but at the same time, it's like a pain in the neck to navigate. I was about to say, if you taught her how to paint like this. No. However, no, she was just learning, like, how to hold a brush. She's 3, you know, like, trying to help her, get better control of what she's trying to do. Another thing, a reason I wanted to do the solar system, one, she loves space, but more importantly, I could pull up photos of what each of the planets looked like, and I would present the colors in front of her and say, okay, which colors are we going to need to paint this planet? She'd tell me what colors she saw or what colors she wanted. I'd squeeze some out for her. And should do the hair first, because it is a mess. Alright, we're gonna say one of those. It looks like it's like hanging up behind her ear. But anyway, she was learning like to draw what she saw, or paint what she saw, pick the correct colors for the job, you know. She did pretty good. She did pretty good, and as stressed out as I get for mess making, she kept it pretty clean. I was surprised. She did a very good job painting, and she was very excited to show Mom when Mom came home. I'm just gonna connect this one single. Trying to get it loosely following that line as best as I can. You erased just a little too much, and it looks like your lines like changed widths. There, better. Farther out I go from the image, the easier it's going to be to draw better arches like this. I see what I'm trying to do, but my hand's not doing it. Not terrible. It's that arch that's still bothering me a little bit. It's not perfect, but it's close. Let's just have a couple that fell. Yes. Do that. They crisscross their applesauce. Alright, you know, yeah, sure. Let's get to the ear. Do the tough. Do the tough part. That looks so messed up. So messed up. My head dude think he's slow today. I did not get enough sleep. It's partially because of Bloodborne. But more importantly, my body just will not let me sleep after smacking my head. Nah, it never really let me sleep beforehand, to be honest, but still. It's kind of annoying. You know. I hope it's not too aggravating that I haven't had like new videos on the channel in an extremely long time. This is not where that lobe would be at all. Her head's going this way. Now, like, that's probably her neck. So, like, this needs to go in much farther. Like that way. Something seems really weird about that. Like it sticks out like an elf. Bane impression. Yeah, I was talking like the awful, what is it called? Dark Knight Rises? Bane? It was awful. That movie was awful. Yes, I was definitely talking like Bane. Though right now I'm a little too tired. I don't think I could possibly do it. Not now. Let me see, does this ear look too messed up? Not really. Not at the moment. I'm just gonna try and draw the rest of this hair that's all bunched up in the way. Some that are just tossed over the ear. Alright. Big lines. You're not going to see any of that. It's all covered up. But, at the same time, I think I should draw it anyway because this might be used later for the ArtStream logos, for the new thumbnails. So, I'm gonna finish it. I honestly don't remember what I even did yesterday in Bloodborne. Like, that's how messed up my head is right now. I remember I beat a dog lady and then touched a skull on top of a mantle. Had a hallucination that was just a bunch of stuff out of context. Almost as pretentious as Elden Ring, but not quite there. And, yeah. We explored, some haunted village with the spooky people. All patrolling it. Eventually some slithery snakes. Which all have poison damage. That I kept forgetting to equip my poison resisting stuff for. Because they weren't that much of a problem. Which is weird. But, like, knowing what direction to go with some help, it's so much easier. You beat Vicar Amelia, saw into Lawrence's memories, and now you're in the Forbidden Woods. See, that might be true. No, that's exactly what happened. I just don't remember the names of any of them, so that helps. Sankeys. Oh no. Sometimes I draw the right line, but it just like clean cuts into something else. Like that. Trying to draw a mess, but kind of control the mess. Dum 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 dum. Let's get a little something under here too. Damn. I can't make it like too detailed because then her hair is just gonna turn black. You know. I'm gonna try and make like a decent sized opening here. Like that. It's better. Alright. Good enough. Though, might want to get more depth in that. Alright, I know I didn't draw the face yet. Wanted to mess up the hair first. I just remember that witch that I beat the other day was so freaking easy. I was telling Kim about that. You believe the next boss that I was supposed to fight in Bloodborne, I swear to God, is incapable of defeating the player. There's no chance. Anybody who says they died to that witch is lying. There's no way. Karen was saying at one point, like, oh no, she actually has attacks. She apparently didn't do them to me. Also, my game is super buggy. Like, I keep getting glitches all the time. I'm not emulating it or anything. I bought this stupid game. Getting problems everywhere. Alrighty. Time for the rest of this phase. Big storm overhead here. Thunder shaking the house. It is just hot here. So, typically, high pressure, high heat areas push and create storms. And usually, when the turn of the earth, storms travel east. So they're heading to you. Would you believe me that the Witch of Hamwick actually has killed me in my current game cycle? Well, as long as it's not the first. So then I can imagine she did different things. Or you got up to P or something. Otherwise, there is no excuse. My insight was in the 60s though, so that's probably why. See, I don't really get the insight stat. Don't really know what that even means. Does. Let's try to get these eyebrows now that I already know I've got to draw through the hair. Just accepting it. Though, I'm going to put the hair on top. Sometimes I make the eyebrows on top. Not today. Anime will almost exclusively put the eyebrows on top, by the way. Man, this was weird, actually. So this is an Alchemoth. One thing is super strange. In Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I don't want to spoil much, but, like... Man, Kim was recently at where this place was, and I was like, oh my god, this feels so strange. Being here. Insight makes some things in the game change, like how you saw the guys in the Cathedral Ward hold glowing lanterns. They're affected by insight. My insight was like 4. So if it's really stupid low, they show up and do that? Were those enemies not supposed to be there? That doesn't make sense. In which case, why would you want insight? It sounds like it just makes the game worse. Right? Like... And I don't know how you gain it, other than consuming a madman's knowledge. The expendable item. Let's see. I'm so close. Finishing a page. They're supposed to be there, but your insight can change how they are? How they are. Okay. So I have, like, high enough insight, and I realize, like, oh, instead of going, to point you out. They're like, hey! They wave. They compliment your outfit. Good shoes. Have a nice day. I'm assuming that's absolutely what you meant. Alright. For now, I think I'm calling that done. Because I can't ink the paint. And other than Madman's knowledge, entering boss rooms, beating bosses, or discovering hidden areas gives you insight. They're polite when they kill you. Oh, yeah. Nice cheese. Have a good day. Welcome to Starbucks. Oh. She's at a convention right now, and I had to put somebody next to her. So these are some of my old books, and I'm right next to her. Not on screen though. Didn't want to draw myself. But down a ways, you know, there's some other people selling stuff, just selling some knickknacks and postcards and whatnot. And this guy's signing stuff, maybe a writer. And she's here by her lonesome. Kim's gonna have to like paste in her artwork in here too. I can't like. We're just gonna grab some of our old stuff. I don't know what I'm gonna write for her convention table name, though. Now I'm imagining Solomon Grundy saying what you just said. I need a good convention table name for Ashlyn. By the way, I don't know what her last name is. It was never in the script. I know Bose. But it's not the same. Ah. Sorry for yawning. I said my body's not letting me sleep. Let's try to relatively make straight lines here. I am totally not going to draw these. There'd be no sense in doing it. I have the files. I should just paste them in. Yeah, I even have my business card, but like, I'm not going to make it that small. However, this should look okay. But I need to know, what would Ashlyn's painting convention table name be? I know a lot of artists, they'll just like have their name, nothing special. I might want to do that. In which case I feel like last names should be there. Meaning I have to come up with one. I wrote in an initial B over there because just in my head, Ashlyn Baker kind of sounded like it works. But I don't want to just get something that works. But also, it's the same last name initial that'll be used for somebody later. That would be tied. I need a font that's going to make sense for these, and it would not be that obnoxious thing. What the heck was I doing with that? Let's see. Back issues. Yeah, I could try that. You know, let's see what this looks like. Not at 14 though. Maybe at like 10. That's even big. Okay. 9. Alright. All caps, it looks like. Yeah, this is gonna work. I gotta do is skew it. Edit, transform, skew. Like that. And lower that a bit. That didn't quite. It was lowered a little much. Move that back up here. Yeah, I think it's there. It's close. It's hard to get exact on these. There you go, and it's still editable. Awesome. Meaning I can make hers and not have to feel like I have committed to it. But I needed a good name for that. Maybe while I look it up, I'm going to throw my own comic pictures in here. So why not? If you want to see actual covers. Did we save this? Control 0, Control S. Alright, what do I not need here? 58, I don't need that. 57, I don't need that. Alright, as the next page, we're probably not getting there. No way. Alright, I'm going to look through my folders. Documents, comics, what's here? The one in the bottom left corner there. Yeah, I should draw the thing they're sitting on first. And these little business cards. I have done several conventions. I think it was before when YouTube was relatively big. Granted, my channel was never really big. This looks really messed up. Like, I don't know why. It looks really messed up. Better, I guess. Could be super anal and paste my business card in there too, but I think that's way too much detail. I'm not doing that. But I have them. If anybody met me at a convention or something. Which, to this day, I've never had anybody approach me about my channel in real life. Nobody. Granted, the odds of actually running into anybody is obscene. However, it has happened. I ran into, I don't remember who it was. Somebody was in the area. Saw me out somewhere, said they were too nervous to say anything, and then just asked me on a stream if I was at that place at that time. I'm like, yeah. You didn't say anything? Like, what's up with you? If I had the cash, I could go to more conventions. Same here, that's kind of why I stopped. We were spending so much more than we made. And I mean just like go in there for comics stuff to sell. It's so expensive. Alright, there's my little business card. Happy. Alright, with this, I probably need some straight lines. No. Never mind. We're gonna wing it. Just gonna do it as straight as I can. In the correct direction, though. Actually, that wasn't so bad. That one I erased. There would be another line right here. But now this one's not so straight. not so straight. Just a whittle straight. It's a bi-curious line. It's dabbling. Oh, you know, I gotta schedule with Zach and see when, this week, we can do our first NES quest. Which we still never hammered home the rules for what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna set timers up, wait for the timer to go off. It's like, some games we're gonna want more than that, you know? I don't know, I feel like we should just kind of go until we decide, alright, it's enough. The NES is gonna take us a lot longer than the other stuff anyway. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it taking longer. We could have an entire stream that was just 4 games if it was good. Alright. Let's get some cover art. Why not? Yeah, I'm gonna make a folder for these over here, just called HamsterBomb too. Alright. I'm gonna try and grab, let's see here. Cover image. Is that... Yep, that's the one. It's a JPEG? Yuck. Alright. Anyway. Holy crap! Why is it so big? It's the size that it's supposed to print at. Anyway. Yeah, crush it down. Can't even see my name on it. That's good. Perfect. Just what I wanted. Nobody didn't know that I had anything to do with that. File. No, edits. Transform. Skew. This helps us get the perspectives right. All you really need to do is put the points where they belong. And it's going to look right. I hope. Let's lean it over here a little bit. And I'll try and just orient it so it looks okay. Even if we have to exaggerate the perspective a little bit. There it goes. I expected it to look compressed and kind of horrible. That's fine. Okay. Though the only thing is it's not going to show the other pages in it, and those are not just like postcards. So I will have to ink under this now that it's positioned here. I think I should. Man, that looks awful. Let's get some volume to that thing. You know, maybe what looks so bad is the fact that, like, I didn't outline it. It's like everything else in the book's gonna have outlines, but this wouldn't. So, let's fix that. It would look really strange if I didn't. Alright. 1 book down. I made a sequel to that book. The book's called R. You can't tell. And, there's a sequel. Splat. It's on the wrong layer, though. This here. Oh my god, it's big. Let's get back in there. They're obviously sized to print. Man, I compressed the living heck out of that image. It was amazing. Like, it's only 500 kilobytes. Like, it was that size, that quality. It's pretty good. R2. Ha. That's the sequel of R. Of course it's called R2. Though the cover is, like, R squared, technically. Let's lower this a little bit, try and get that perspective right. It, like, just doesn't want to go where I want it to go. These things never sit the way that you want them to on a shelf anyway. Up a little bit. Alright. Move it up, maybe. Like one little tick. Okay, we're gonna live with that. Go back to ink in it. But yeah, these books physically exist. I have these. I made them. They were expensive to make. Not just like the fact that they took a very long time to make. They actually cost a lot of money to print, which is why the first time I did a Kickstarter, though I think I actually set up a Kickstarter for R. It's been a long time. I think I did. Set up a Kickstarter for it to hopefully pay for itself, so I could like pay to have them printed. Didn't work, just as the other one didn't work. If you don't catch the algorithm's eye on Kickstarter, you're not getting anywhere. All right. So, I never made anything that made it to 3. I am just as bad as Valve. Though I wrote much, much more of Dawn and R, both of them. Never finished. Never finished. There are more books that I've done, but I don't have any room to fit. Let's find the cover for Infirm so I can finish this. It's probably also going to be quite large, so here we go. This actually printed at 8.5/11. This was a graphic novel. And it's also bigger than the other two, so it probably would stick over the edge. Believe it or not, that cover is photography. That is not a painting. Alright, so it's bigger, but it's not that much bigger. It's more like that. It's about this big. Only difference is Valve can physically count. Implying I am incapable. Gotcha. Right back at you, idiot. Yeah. Like, you can't read a stinking word of this. I mean, well, you can read R, you can read Infirm, like, you can at least recognize that. I feel like I made a big mistake with Infirm. I put the number 1 on the side of the book. I shouldn't have done that. I also planned for more of this, obviously. I wrote more of it, but I even illustrated some more of it, but just never had the time to finish it. And oh, this needs to be cropped. Hold on. Is it this one? It's this one. All right. So what we'll do is we're gonna do a mask. We're just going to line this up here. Fill that with black. There it goes. It's gone. So this way I can actually preserve it. So that's just a mask right there. I can mess with the mask, turn it on and off, and bring that back if I want. But we don't. We don't want. Can't. Oh, can't. Damn emoji. I see. You were trying to be nice. I interpreted it as being quite rude. Alright, we have cover image and front cover. I don't know what the difference is, so I'm going to assume cover image is what we want. It's going to be large again. This is Dawn issue 1. Let's make it nice and small. only people who've stuck around for an extremely long time and were very dedicated to the channel will remember John. He was actually on the channel a few times, talking about our books. He was the illustrator. I was actually working with an illustrator that time, instead of just doing it all myself. So let's make sure that we're scaled here. These are the same size books, so let's do it like that. And then I'm gonna have to skew to fix it. Edit, transform, skew. Lower that side. I'd say it might be all we need. To do as much. However, down here in the inks, gotta go around the edges though. Make sure it's still, when it's done and everything's colored, still kind of looks like it fits. Even though it's obviously gonna stand out, and I know that. This is just fun. She ends up at a convention and nobody's around. It must be because I'm selling this. Oh yeah, I was bringing it up earlier and people weren't taking me up on it, but this is fun. We should look up the names of the named monsters in Xenoblade Chronicles. They're hilarious. Astonishing. Oh, this needs to be, yes, good. Behind it. Lowered it a bit for you. I was just singing along to it anyway. I'm saying it's great. Alright, there we go. Dawn 1, Dawn 2. I felt really bad. John, great illustrator. He did very well working on these books. We worked very hard on them together. And we never made, like, not even enough money to make up for our printing costs. Just the printing costs. So, he never made anything off of illustrating these. And I lost money. Lots of money. So, bummer. So right here, we're gonna have to do another light mask. Though this time it is close enough to the edge, I'm just gonna draw it. Good. Alright, now let's minimize that table so we don't have to look at all that. There. Cool. Just got my stuff in the foreground. I need her name. Also, that's a new outfit. What is that? Oh, shoot. I think I was going to by the sketch that Kim gave me. Kim came up with the outfits, by the way. I'm just gonna have to use this for now. As good as I've got. Okay. I need to draw the background first. These poles and whatnot, because I'll have to erase from there. It's going to be a pain putting them in later. Same for these tables. Yeah, alright. But I will run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Gotta figure out this text here. You know, just to stall, I guess, I'm gonna do the background. Why can't I move? There we go. Sometimes it's just like, oh, you wanted to do something there. Well, that's too bad, my friends. It's my computer's voice, by the way. If you've never heard my computer speak, that is what it sounds like. Like a bad Mickey Mouse impression. Oh god, that smoothie is still giving me problems. Assuming it's the smoothie's fault. Okay, you will see through this one, so I should continue these. Wonder what was next that we're listening to. Guess all sorts of stuff could be pretty much in any order. His banner looks pretty tall, too. I should... Yeah, maybe get permission from somebody to put in their information. I'd have interpreted that as the legal team from Disney coming to spank you with a copyright claim. Oh! Wow! How dare you enjoy our films? But I don't, Mickey. Oh, time to die! I think you're just okay. I think you were better when you actually made... Hold on. Oh, right. Okay, so this is something she set up. This is the actual background continuing. Very careful now, because I don't want to have to erase. Alright, so she set up those. This one to this one. Strange, it's wider than the regular booth width, meaning this one should not be here. So hold on. Not hers. Not hers. Okay, yeah, this shouldn't be here. I don't know why that's drawn there. If anything, it would be like back here. Yeah, alright. Mickey would be like SMT final boss. Did you know that Mickey Mouse was a cut enemy from Shin Megami Tensei 1? Yeah, him and Donald Duck. Because there is an actual level in Shin Megami Tensei 1 where you go to Tokyo Disneyland. And, they decided it'd be best to take them out of the game, and also change the name of the place to Tokyo Destinyland. Even though it's obvious where you are, it's part of Shin Megami Tensei's, like, thing. You know, make you go to places that you know, and look at them in a new context as an apocalyptical place. But anyway, yeah, it's Mickey Mouse. I don't know if he's got like machetes or something. Donald Duck has a chainsaw. It's good, man. As are, you know, most Shin Megami Tensei enemies. I mean, if you knew the context for, like, who most of them were, it's even better. So, like, just reading about what they are is good. Jesus, Mickey's in a post-apocalyptic sounds terrifying. You haven't seen it, then! You haven't seen it, yeah. You didn't realize how on the nose you were, did you? Don't test my knowledge with Shin Megami Tensei. Well, actually, you probably could. To be fair, there's so many freaking Shin Megami Tensei games that, it's amazing that, the series is still, like, doing okay. Are you okay? Terry Bogart's gotta make sure you're okay. You know, if this actually is the line, I could use this. Let's try. It's darn close. You know, let's keep it. It's slightly higher than what I expected, but that's not a big deal. I didn't see all the games played through. Well, even if you did, you wouldn't have seen Mickey Mouse. He was cut. But, like, his files are in the game. Like, those sprites are there. We know they're real. They were supposed to be there. Unfortunately, selling at conventions really is a lot of this, which is just... It's depressing. It's sad even drawing this, but... Yeah, because it's very real for me. Most people are not familiar with this kind of situation. Where, like, you work tirelessly on something that you really love, and then you go to this place where it's finally, like, the right people to showcase it. And you're so excited to show it off, and nobody's interested. You start feeling like nothing you've ever done matters. Nobody cares. You know, it's just not a good feeling, man. But that's the convention life. You've either already made it big, and the convention is simply like an inconvenient thing that is part of what you have to do, or you're gonna struggle. You're gonna struggle really hard. Alright, you wouldn't see any of that from where she's sitting. This guy's also here in a way. So, I feel like I should change up the way this guy looks. But I don't really know who it's gonna be, because, like, these are big, and you're gonna see them. I feel like I should make it an actual real person. I had a friend of mine who I, no question, would have put there immediately, who was also selling stuff in conventions, but, he was even the best man at my wedding, but, like, that was, like, the last time I saw him. For some reason, after that point, he just never wanted to talk to me ever again, never told me why. So, I just don't want to even put anything about him in here. Yeah, just trying to cut him out. Trying to forget about this person who, you know, was kind of my best friend for a long time, and now just doesn't talk to me, and I have absolutely no idea why. To be fair, I mean, he did move to Chicago. Let me see, when was this? This would have been maybe like 2014. So like 10 years ago. But still. Yeah. I didn't need conventions to tell me how worthless I am. I mean, like, just going there to enjoy yourself is, you know, that can be fun. Just go with the right people. It'll be fun. I feel like I have to give her an actual last name. People wouldn't just put, like, an initial, would they? That seems messed up. I don't know. I don't remember seeing anybody who would do such a thing. I need good last names. Need good last name options, because I am not satisfied with this. But that's just at least what the sketch says. It should be pretty short. Just need some sort of last name that actually, like, sounds appropriate for the character. And obviously make it smaller to fit later, but, like, for now, that's just what it says. I don't want it to be permanent, but, that's what we got. Inks. Last names with B? Doesn't have to be a B. Just, when I was writing it, you know, sketching it out, I was like, well, A, B kind of sounds like it, I don't know, would roll off the tongue easier. But the thing is, like, it doesn't much matter, because I think this is the only panel in the book where you would actually see what her last name is. Whereas Bose was, revealed in the beginning. These look like postcards. What's up with that? There. Right in the middle. Maybe Prince? I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Don't know what I drew. Let's try and separate some of these, so looks like people were coming around and like flipping through stuff. Or at least she more likely spread it open for everyone to look, and nobody took it. Could draw out some last names from fiction. Most of them are custom. See, like that, I'd like to see, like, what the actual real names mean, though. Likely not going to be important. Almost nobody's going to look that far into this book. However, I want it to be rewarding for those who do, to discover something interesting, or like get a hint for something later. I spent a lot of time on first names. Last names, it just didn't really seem to pop up. I'm like, yeah, it's not going to show up in the script. And it didn't. But now, like, you actually have to have a name for your table. That's why I was like, if it's an art convention, it doesn't actually have to be her name. She could just have, like, some sort of creative name for whatever it is that she's doing. And it's not going to be like, foot art. I painted this with my foot. You know what I mean? You would not call it that. So real names. Okay, it eliminates like 60% of my characters. Yeah, I used to do the kind of fiction that was very high fantasy or sci-fi. Mostly sci-fi. And then, just for this book in particular, I was like, no, gonna try something more mundane. Until people realize what's happening and they realize, oh, that's why he would make that book. It has the twists. The twisty twists. I'm just gonna base this off of what I see here, because I don't have to draw this again. Man, body today is just like, I wanna go to bed. Let's go to sleep. No, body, I'm not done. Shoot. Just get rid of these. And that line. Just clean it up while I can. See, I don't know if she would come up with like a name for the table, because like very few people I would expect, unless they were a big name, would go in there and name the table their own name. You know, it's like you'd come up with something. Now I just need to come up with something. Sword Valley. This is where we currently are in Xenoblade Chronicles. Sword Valley. What a place. I remember being there thinking like, whoa, oh my god. I must be so close to the end. I never thought the game was going to keep going. Like, I thought it already did its big thing. And it only got crazier. Alright, what's the end of this outfit look like? Alright, so there's like... I might draw this jacket later, so I'm gonna make sure if I'm gonna use it twice, I'm gonna be consistent with this drawing here. Another layer underneath, but just kind of covers up. Oh, shoot. The table was supposed to continue here. This part I was not supposed to erase. Oops. There's like another one of those down there. I don't know what it is she drew on the sides. There's like strings coming off. Restaurants I got O'Neill, Benson, Gordon, Hendrick, Rourke, Manchester, and Peterson. What do you mean reference? Gee, she ain't that thick. Oh man. Yeah, accidentally like make a messed up line and all of a sudden like everything looks weird. Alright, let's try and get this looking okay. This might have been the area past Sword Valley. I don't remember. Unfortunately, she's already making a huge mistake. If she wanted to have people like all over her booth, she should have worn a very revealing outfit. Unfortunately, you got to think about where you are. And at a convention, it's the kind of people you're dealing with. For last names for characters I made so far, maybe one of them could work. I don't know. They sound very masculine and sort of aggressive. Or, like, not at all her nationality. And that's, I think, what's... They're good names, but I don't think they'd fit this character. Which is a shame that, you guys haven't had a chance to actually read any of it. I'm gonna draw the fingers first. And then we're gonna draw the hair overlapping the fingers. Oh god, this is gonna be tough, isn't it? No, not so bad, not so bad. Okay. Just need to... Shows me how small we are right now. Like, we really shouldn't be drawing this close, but... Because it's just gonna look like mud. Get some thin ones, just... Yeah, like I said, most of the names I got are custom for dialects that fit a fictional one. Of course. Of course. But the rest of my stuff typically didn't, well, it was all intended to be illustrated, all of it. So, I never really had, I don't know, I spent a lot of time figuring out names, though. I didn't really spend as much time thinking about, like, accents or anything like that. You know, how they speak, which is crucial when purely writing. But obviously, if you're drawing it, you know, what someone looks like greatly changes how you think that they talk. You know, or you hear the way that you think that they're gonna sound because you see them. Oh no, this is nighttime at Sword Valley. I'm just being stupid. We've already listened to Sword Valley. Let's get the rest of this shirt here. We got like it's like a regular t-shirt underneath. This is the edges of the jacket. Blame is the reason she's not doing so well here in this convention. Man, there were way too many shameless places at conventions. You go around and you're like, wow, there's a line there, and I guarantee you it's because there's like, it's for like a writer or something, and they, you know, so something that would never really be that big of a deal. And I even like check, like, all right, they making anything substantial? Like, no, they haven't. And you're like, so they're just standing there with like a woman wearing very little, and they get lines. People are pathetic at conventions. Pathetic. Whoa, what was that, Throat? What are you thinking about? I think she wore this in the first chapter, that thing. Yeah. Like I said, most of the names are going to be customers. Even in writing, speech dialect patterns are hard to nail down. Yes! Did you play Pokemon Sword and Shield? You remember Hop? Oh, God, do I remember Hop. I remember Hop. Oh, my hatred. My hatred for Hop burns with such a flaming intensity. That monster. I loathe him. Hop, that was his name. Yes, that was his name. I told you yesterday, too. Ya doofus. I hate him. I truly hate him. I despise him. Try to like erase through. Would that look too weird? It's not terribly weird. Alright. Now, I'm intentionally not changing the size of my brush here because we're zoomed in really far. Like, you're really not supposed to be seeing this close. I'm gonna try and reposition stuff a little bit better. Should not be that close. No, let's stop it. You gotta exaggerate stuff when you're smaller. Take advantage of the fact that you're small right now to just, like, exaggerate. Eyes are going different directions. It's about as good as it's gonna get for how small this panel is, I think. Alright, next we got a couple easels back here, pile of canvases. I'm not gonna fill what's in all of these. I'm just gonna grab some other stuff. I remember vividly. As do I hate Hop. He was terrible. We made like an entire Hitbox episode exclusively so that we could complain about Hop. If you remember. I hate him. I hate him so much. But you're talking about, like, learning to write an accent. Game Freak can't do it. In case you were curious. Game Freak cannot do it. There's a lot of things Game Freak can't do. But, oh boy. Write is one of them. They were never very talented with that. Weren't really talented with anything, unfortunately, but, like, showing up at the right place in time with a concept that was not new, admittedly, but still. Took over a nation. That I also remember vividly. Yeah, complaining about other characters who we just hated. Bad supporting casts, like, honestly, Sword and Shield, Pokemon Sword and Shield might not have been so bad if Hop were not in it. Like, as long as he wasn't replaced by, you know, whoever would be the next in line. Like, Hop is horrible, but they easily would have replaced him with whoever the next example would have been. Who needs to lead the player? Because the player is too goddamn stupid. Don't trust the player to do anything right. The player doesn't know how to play a video game. They're babies. Not even kids. They're babies. Treat them as such. That's gonna have to be filled later with something. Kim and I are just gonna have to go through some of our old stuff and do this to it, basically. Oh. Okay. Gonna have to get this angle right. And that's not correct. This sounds too pleasant. This must be like the fallen arm or something. Man, I've got a terrible headache right now. Terrible. Sorry I keep bringing it up, but boy, I do not feel well. Oh boy, just wanted to get some stuff done today, man. Yikes. Alright, so this is actually a canvas board, so we need to, yeah, give it some depth. Books take a long time to make. A long time. Like, right now, you could read all, let's see, 60 pages of The Book Was Better, and it would probably take you, like, 15 minutes. That's crazy. For how long it takes to produce, you know? It's like a medium that really should be going away. Remember to stay hydrated. Hope you start feeling better. Got a little water left. I've been drinking this whole time, but the problem is I'm allergic to pretty much all foods, including most fruits, and Kim brought me a smoothie. My snack I brought up here was some almonds again, but even they hurt my head. I remember taking concepts I loathe about character development and putting them into my antagonist. That's not a good idea. Pro tip. That don't work like that. Don't do that, no. just because, like, a character is hateable doesn't mean that they're good for a villain. There can be, like, okay, I think the best villains are the ones that are, like, the heroes of their own stories. The ones that you feel for, and you secretly want to see them have a good ending. You're rooting for them, but at the same time, you know they can't win. You know, a tragic character is the best kind of villain. That's what you gotta aim for. The book was better. Doesn't have a traditional antagonist. It's going to have stuff though. It's not all sunshine and roses. You know, I guess you could say it's kind of got antagonists, but yeah. Scrap them, rebuild them from the ground up. Good idea. Good idea. Let's do the pile of canvases here. And I'm just gonna draw a bunch of nope. Up only. Vertical lines. And I'll connect them in a bit to this box. Okay. Now we'll draw the horizontals. A little more than that. Do you think it's because we relate more to them? Like how the world, like how they view the world versus the protagonist? Good ones or bad ones? Like, a bad villain is just evil for the sake of it. And, like, that's the end of their motivation. Or, like, the plot, like, contrivance required somebody to do a bad thing because they wanted the hero to stop them. That's a bad villain. And it's not even the hero's fault. It's not even the villain's fault. That's the writer. There are just bad writers sometimes. Don't know what the hell they're doing. Good antagonist is one you can understand from an experience standpoint. Yes. A good antagonist makes you question who's actually the antagonist. That's who you want to see. Now, of course, I say, of course, as if, like, it's impossible to write a good Pokemon story, but, like, of course, Pokemon is the easy example to say, like, alright, that's just awful. But they could do it. They could do it. You know, honestly, Pokemon Coliseum story wasn't that bad. It was made by the people who made Dragon Quest, so that has something to do with it. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not great. It could have been a lot better, but you know, not a lot of options there. Let's go way back so I can hang this properly. That actually looks pretty good. And I'm gonna put like a tether around this. They're inherently evil, but they can be so in the wrong they don't realize it because their ego or tunnel vision, desperation. Well, everyone has a character flaw. And sometimes a character flaw makes them an anti-hero, might make them a protagonist. Oh, why am I doing this? It's going to be under this anyway. An example of incredible antagonists is Metal Gear Solid, the original. Every single one of those characters, like, resonates with you. Every freaking one of them. And they're all so good. And, like, none of the other Metal Gears really got that good and understanding why. Which is a bit of a shame. But it's also, like, you know, I'd say, like, lightning can't strike twice. However, Metal Gear Solid really is just Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake again. clean this up big time here. Figure out what's in the foreground, what's in the background. And then on top of this, I'm going to put some clothespins up here or something like that so that this is clear what's going on. These are being hung from a string. Alright, you probably see it here. And up there, actually. That's the edge of the dialogue balloon. Just draw it here just in case. And an erase inside. And a little on top of this. That's the string. Imperfections in characters makes for better stories. It does. Also, like I said, a good villain does that, but a great villain really makes you question what you're doing. You know, was this right? Was any of it right? When you see Sniper Wolf, and you've killed her. You know, she's not quite dead yet. She's almost dead. That cutscene that plays after Sniper Wolf dies, it is so painful that pretty much anybody playing at that point is gonna stop for a minute and just think like, oh my god, what am I doing? Like, this is terrible. This person didn't deserve this. The circumstances of their life drove them to this moment. They didn't do anything wrong. You know, they were just the heroes of their own story. The world brought them to this point. In an unfair bid where we have to kill them. Yeah. Man, they're all like that. Metal Gear Solid 1. I think we had an episode on best villains, did we not? I think we did. If not, I know we have the notes for it, Kim and I. Not sure if that came out. Oh, jeez, oldies. Wonder how Zach's able to work on that Hitbox episode that we recorded like a month and a half ago. Once again, not his fault. I'm saying it's the fact that we can't edit. We both use the same editing program, and after a Windows update, it just stopped working. And they haven't been talking to us at all. I feel like they're ignoring me. Meaning, like, I bought this software, and it doesn't do it what it says it would do. In fact, it doesn't do anything. See, the problem here is, if I'm gonna draw or put something in here for what this guy's art is, that needs to be a person. I can't really use someone's likeness without permission. So instead, I'm gonna have to fill something in those back pictures, and I don't really know what. Because, like, I can't even put, like, pictures of, like, stuff I like, you know? Because I don't have the rights to show that. This sounds like it's from Metal Gear Solid. Okay, this I would like to make sure I'm drawing straight lines for. And those are not them. That's closer. Oh god, this music. This kicks in whenever one of your party members goes down. Oh, the anxiety. Should be a Like, it's going down quick if that's happening. Losing a party member in Xenoblade is devastating. Not in 3. In 1, yes. In 2, don't play 2. 2 stinks. You know what? 2 has a bad villain, too, if we're going to talk about villains. Now I'm a bit pre-absorbed in looking over what I wrote. I know how that is. You let yourself go, you'll be doing that for the rest of the week. Which is good, it's productive. Within reason. Oh man, my head. Oh boy. I feel like poop salad. I don't know what poop salad is. I say it too often. Too often for it to not actually be a thing. So it must have happened. At one point in my life, poop salad. Alright. That's good. You do actually see the bottom of this. Man, I couldn't imagine listening to this music for this long. Like, you stop trying to fight the enemy and you're immediately like, get this person up, or frantically try to win the fight before your other 2 people go down. Ugh. But like, with a party of 3, you pretty much have to have 1 aggro, 1 person on healing duty, and then 1 attacker. You lose 1 of the 3 of those, you're done. I get headaches when I wear headphones. Don't have people do it. It's not really so much of an issue for me. Though, I get that dip in my head from wearing them too much. Makes me paranoid about when, I'm gonna shave my hair. I don't know who this is supposed to be. Guy in background. If I was able to, like, get, permission to use the likenesses of certain people, I would like to make this David Mack. I actually mentioned him earlier, but he is, local, Cincinnati area. I believe he went to NKU. And he's made a lot of great stuff. This looks nothing like him, by the way. I'm not trying to illustrate him. Just quickly drawing person. That looks messed up. Yeah, just completely get rid of that. Now I'm thinking about how to make the antagonist better, at least based on the circumstances of the story so far. It's always a challenge. Yeah, sure. Let's button up this guy. He's dressing relatively well. Anyway, David Mack's made a lot of great stuff. I like his independent work, but I also like, like what he's done with some larger companies. He's moved on up. I actually bought a shirt from him on one of his convention tables when I was excited to. I was like, oh my god, I actually get to see he's here. They're all sweet. And he's like, oh, what size shirt do you wear? I'm like, I'm not really sure. He's like, you look like this one. I'm like, okay. He just tosses it at me. Well, David Mack's really big and buff. I'm not. I mean, my shoulders are super wide, but nah, I'm made of jelly. But like, okay, well, I'll take his word for it. He seems to be tossing these to people all the time. Well, put it on. Oh my God, is it small? There's nothing I can do about that. It's probably the smallest shirt that I still own. But it's a shirt for his book Kabuki, which is great. The farther you get, the more insane it gets. It's absolutely nuts. It's like a cyberpunk dystopia book, where these characters on TV are like these pretend like Power Rangers superhero ninjas that are supposed to like fight crime and stuff. And they're so secretive that they're real. And like the government decided to make a TV show about them so that no one would believe that it's actually true. But it gets really wild and like crazy, like the stuff that happens. It's nutty. And like one of my favorite graphic novels I've ever read is Kabuki. I think it's like 5. I think it's 5. Where she's in like trapped in a mental hospital, and the inmates and like the ramblings and the stuff that's in that book is so clever. I didn't realize it until much later, but David Mack and I both share the same diagnosis of what used to be called Asperger's syndrome. Though I definitely admire the guy and his work. He's done very well to keep up with himself. I think I spoke with him briefly on Facebook or something once. I don't remember what I needed. Do not recall. Anyway. If I obviously don't want to, like, take the likeness of an actual human being and then, like, paste stuff in the background without their permission. Yeah, don't do that. So, anyway, this is just random Joe Schmo. He's right, Joe Schmo. He's Joe, he's Schmo. This guy's just going to be standing in the way of his card, which is not shown here, so let's just start drawing this guy. Let's make, slob pants. You slob. Going out in public wearing sweatpants. You slob. Me whenever it's cold, though. That in the sketch layer? Yeah, see. I can't really see what's in the sketch layer and what's not if I'm drawing that thin. That's why I gotta stop it. I gotta stop it. Why does this shit go out like that? Goes that way. Edge of the shoe. Back of the shoe. Edge of the shoe. Apparently going under here. Getting a little flirty under the skirty. For some reason. Don't use that phrase. Ever. Don't say that. Okay. Pants. He's got pantaloons. Also, he's holding a bag. Let's just, like, try to draw this really quick. I'm just going to make it black for the sake of simplicity. Okay. Easy. At least easy enough. Alright. Guy's pretty skinny, too. That is not where your shoulders go. There we go. And this is just the top panel of this page, too. I knew this one was going to take a while. It took a long time to sketch, too, because I had to, like, plan out, like, a lot of extras and characters in the background, because, like, the script's like, oh, she's at a busy convention, but nobody's at her table. Like, it's easy to write those kind of things. It's a whole other thing to draw them. Because, like, I have to establish the scene. You have to understand where we are at this moment. A lot of time. A lot of time goes into this. I do try to keep that stuff in mind when I'm drawing or writing it. Like, oh god, I don't want to have to draw all of that, but sometimes you just don't have a choice. It's important. You gotta see it. And then other times I'll intentionally make myself draw something that's like, oh yeah, that's good for this story. But oh my god, it's gonna be a nightmare for my hands. What he's doing there, like jiggling some testicles in the air with his hands. Air testicles. It's the hip new instrument all the kids are playing these days. Okay, that is carrying over a little accidentally there. Let's not give him a full-on butt crack. There we go. Oh yeah, he probably should have a face. This, slob. Give him slob hair. It's gonna carry over a little bit under his hat. Puff out the back. If I could draw, it'd be a nightmare to draw panels with multiple people and entities. At least for what I'm making. You know, you'd say that, but like, well, for one, you can draw. You choose not to. That's something that not enough people want to accept. It's easy to say you can't do something. You can. You choose not to. Trying is what's hard for some strange reason. You might not be able to accomplish it to your vision. That's different. If you say you know, like, I have a specific image in mind, and I have tried, and yet I cannot get it correct. That's different. Then you need to practice on it. Especially in novels, like, you really need some way to, like, communicate with an illustrator what it is you're trying to get across. It's a good skill to have. I'm not drawing anymore with that guy's face. Good enough for me. Let's see. Let's do this doofus walking here. This doofus right here. This absolute guy. This male. His haircut in a really uncomfortable way. I'm gonna draw the guy who hasn't taken a shower in a couple of years and showed up at the convention. Okay, I don't want to draw that much of a slob, but they're out there. Conventions are disgusting. All sorts of people show up that don't go outside ever. And you must be friendly to all of them, because that's polite. Even when they stinky. Alright, I'm assuming he's like holding onto his, backpack straps here. I'm allowed to judge this man because I'm drawing him. That's the rules. Alright, let's, the edges of the pack. Typically, it's wise to have references for photos, but you draw something too much, eventually you'll just start going, I'm gonna wing it. And I end up winging, like, everything. Let's get, like, another strap up there. And, typically you got, like, a set of other zippers, backs. Like one here. Another one here. Good enough. Nice butt. Delicious. Oh my god, I don't know why this reminds me. Like, conventions, old shows, and stuff like that. So, I'm reading, old issues of Nintendo Power, right? And a lot of them they're talking about, like, you know, going to different shows and seeing new stuff that's coming out, right? You know, I'm just kind of interested in, like, what were people excited about coming out in the 80s, right? You know, just, like, want to see, like, what are y'all into? And, I stumbled across this extremely perplexing article that I still cannot make sense of to this day. And I need to explain it to you. I'm not even sure what I want to publish this fiction. It's elaborate, sure, but it's very lengthy. Would need to be broken up into separate books. Whoa. As it stands, you mean? Yeah, well. It's totally doable. That's totally doable. It's gonna be tougher for publishers, though. So anyway, I found this article in Nintendo Power, like, 16 or something like that. It's pretty early. It's talking about so they know that the Super Famicom is on the horizon, but it's a ways out, okay? They're talking about the NES and this new game that came out in Japan that is coming to the Nintendo Entertainment System. You should get ready for it. It's a new RPG by Nintendo. It's called Earthbound. I was like, what? Like, Earthbound is a new, and they're showing photos of Mother 1, which never came to the NES, by the way. And they're calling it Earthbound. I was like, what? Like, this is rewriting so much in my headcanon. Like, I never thought they had actually, like, intended to bring Mother 1 over to the States, called it Earthbound, meaning that our Earthbound should have been called Earthbound 2, because the title Earthbound was meant for Mother 1. But it didn't happen. Then I have more questions. What happened? What? You see screenshots of it in English. So, like, they had this. They had it. Like, what am I looking at? I was like, I had to send a picture to Zach. Like, what kind of alternate dimension nonsense are we living in right now? What is this image? He could not give me an answer. Well, also, he doesn't read stuff when I send him things to read with words. He seems to be allergic to reading sometimes. But still. After I explained it to him while typing out what was in the freaking article, and he's like, oh, that's extremely weird. I'm like, yes, that's extremely weird. It's just the edge of somebody's head. They're small enough, they're just a silhouette in the background now. currently earthbound, was supposed to come to the west as Mother One's translated title, Earthbound. I don't know what that bump is right here, but... Alright, just lots of people, okay? Alright, just get the picture that it's lots of people and just kind of accept them. I'm not drawing any more detailed than this. Like, this is a really detailed shot already. And this guy's gonna be in silhouette too. This background's probably gonna be mostly black anyway. Shoot, she got this thing in the foreground. It's okay, I'll just draw around it. This guy's got a backpack too. Hangs pretty low on his back though. That would really hurt carrying it like this. Okay. As it stands, yeah, not to mention expensive. Yeah. I mean, ideally, if it's written well enough and you can sell a publisher on the fact that it is going to sell, you might be able to not have to pay for the printing costs. However, don't get your hopes up. You need to be, like, very well established before they'll even consider something like that. Don't know what's sitting on the table here. Not even sure what she's selling, honestly, but this lady, she's selling it all right. Luckily, with panels this detailed, I pretty much have to do all of the work in the sketch and then just kind of like slightly correct what I'm looking at. This lady's almost got the idea. These places are filled with predominantly males. And males are very easy to manipulate into purchasing things. Because they can be dumb. They think with their peens. I'm as amateur can get. Well, you say that, but high schooler who has big dreams and has only scribbled in his notebook is more amateur than you. Give yourself some credit. If you finished as much as you have, just because it's not published doesn't mean you are any less. So this is looking to be more and more of a pet project for my own satisfaction. Some of the best work is created with that intention. Just saying. Alright, she's got like a sleeveless thing going on here, it looks like. I don't know what she's holding. Coupons! Free chicken! Free chicken with every order of earrings. That's just what she's selling. Free chicken. God, would you be so scared of that booth? Free chicken. Oh, no. It's like somebody, like, ordered their lunch and it came out really badly and they were just insisting that they not throw it away and they give it to someone who needs it. Someone who's gonna want it. It's really messed up. I assume it's supposed to be eyebrows. Yikes. Free chicken? I don't know why she's free chicken lady now. Okay, there. The free chicken booth. If I could fit names somewhere on here. This looks really messed up. As much as I was saying, like, people pay too much attention to boobs, and I don't spend too much time worrying about anatomy when I'm drawing. And I should spend much more time worrying about that, but, like, I want to get a move on, you know? Imagine it not being, like, fried chicken. It's just, like, a live chicken. Free chicken. This is my chicken. She would probably have earrings on demonstrating like her own product, but I didn't draw her like that. Oh well. Oh boy, this panel. Establishing shots take forever. They take forever. There's so much stuff. Like, these backgrounds are getting super busy. Like, this is pretty receding far back there, but, like... I'm zoomed in so far. Nobody's gonna look at this. It's not so bad. Xenoblade, you're gonna put me to sleep. Oh, eyes are getting heavy. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. Oh, God. I don't know what... Oh, this is supposed to be like a name card. That's her name card thingy on the table. Got it. Alright, let's just circle, 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 circle. You really should be drawing with a smaller pen for drawing details, but, like, I try to stop myself from doing that, and I force myself to instead, use 10 points everywhere. Because it makes you more aware of the scale of what you're looking at. Because you can't zoom in definitely on something that you're drawing physically. These earrings match the ones in Chapter 1, so I guess you could assume that this is where they come from. I don't know what these things are she's hanging. And I'm not saying that like it's some weird sexual thing, and I'm not telling you, but no, I genuinely don't. I'm just drawing balls. Just drawing balls. It's okay. Don't hate balls. Alright, this has to continue. Like, that's crucial, so let's rotate. Get the lines correct. Hereabouts, right? Let's see. How straight is that? That's pretty good, actually. That's okay. Alright. Free chicken! Come get your free chicken! Oh, actually, let's also get that. No. Yeah, there we go. Free chicken. We all draw balls once in our life. Basketballs, soccer balls, all kinds of balls. Tennis balls, testicles, even baseballs. Maybe sometimes the footballs. Yeah, many balls. Alright, now I just have lots of squares. I'm gonna spend about as much time making them as straight as I did in the sketch, though I should try a little harder. I'll use these just for the general locations of them. There are some people in conventions who just like pin stuff madly behind them and you can't identify what, like, is what. Oh boy, that one looks bad. Typically, thinner line weight should always be behind, and thicker line weight is in the foreground. Oh my god, I'm almost done with this panel. It's assuming I can't find a better name for Ashland's convention page. Name. Page name. What is it? Now paging. Big balls, small balls, misshapen balls, even lumpy balls. Like the Bubba from Forrest Gump. The Bubba. Cocktail shrimp, fried shrimp, shrimp scampi, shrimp on the barbie, shrimp barbecue, which is not the same. Nice straight line there. The anatomy of your hand betrays you more often than it helps you. Robots would be so much better at drawing than humans. Their joints wouldn't be so restricted to certain directions. Okay. I think we're finally done with this freaking panel. Well, because I can't put stuff in here for now unless I were to come up with it, but Kim can probably just fill it with, like, blotchy colors. I can put some text on it if I really want to come up with a name of something stupid. But like, the only reason you can see her here empty is because there's nobody in front of the HamsterBomb booth. This is what it looked like, by the way. If you're curious, if you ever missed seeing HamsterBomb, which I'm sure you all did. The people who saw us had no clue who the heck we were. And the HamsterBomb name was actually designed primarily, I think it was for my comics first. Ended up just doing a lot of YouTube stuff on the channel that I made for it, but that collar looks a little too big. Kim's doing well, getting lots of stuff done today. We dropped off Clover, my parents. They're watching her today. She actually asked for that. It's not like I just tossed her aside and said, "Oh, you deal with it." This is not where that would go. Oh, this is the bottom of the panel. This is easy. Like, look at this compared to what we just had to do. Cinch. Hey, there we go. Alright, now just a face. Easy peasy. Say household name. What, lumpy balls? I'm sure that's what you're talking about. Lumpy balls. That is not how people's necks work. Here's that, but for the sake of time, it's gonna sit like that. Come on, body. My ears are always a mess. Not in real life, drawing ears. Ears are so weird. Like, Evolution tried to create this, like, weird structure to capture noise and, like, tunnel spin it inside of a burrowed hole in your head to amplify the noise. You know, it's strange. Isn't that weird? I think it's weird. Evolution is very weird. A lot of factors to it as well. Like whether or not you're a creationist and you believe that the Earth is only 4,000 years old. Then evolution just doesn't work for you. Isn't that weird? I'm just picking on people who deny science. And then claim to make a museum full of artifacts proving that their completely nonsensical religion is authentic. Here I go again. I gotta stop myself. I don't even get on that. Evolution is cool. I tell you once, I used to work for an estate sale company. They sucked. They had a huge layoff because the investors were asking questions about where all their money was being spent. They realized it was being embezzled by a bunch of fraudsters on top. And instead of accepting what they did, you know, like just saying, all right, we apologize, here's the funds back. To make the money back, they fired all of us. People who were not responsible for the empire stealing like $250,000 from investors and pocketing it to, you know, buy yachts. I'm not kidding, that happened. Anyway, I was working at this company, and one of the coolest things that ever came through my line from an estate sale, which if you don't know what an estate sale is, it's like when humans evolved weird. Humans evolved very weird, if you want for me to get into that, but no. So what am I saying? So an estate sale. So for whatever reason, say like an old couple passes away, and their whoever of their relatives or whoever they choose that gets access to all of their goods, including their home, may choose to simply just want to sell it all. Happens very frequently. They just basically auction off lots of stuff from the estate. Can't get that same line. Anyway, that's where they'll get all that stuff from. Though some people will willingly do it because, say, they're moving to another country and they cannot take that stuff with them. And one of the coolest things I ever had come through my line was it should have been in a friggin' museum. A first printing of Charles Darwin's Origin of the Species. I spent so much time with that. This is after the point where I was like, I think this was after they told us that we were all gonna be fired for something that they did to make up the money for it while they came back from their vacations. Like, anyway, so I was like, alright, fine. What are they gonna do? Fire me? So I was just sitting down reading the Origin of the Species, an original first printing. Like, it was amazing, this book. In pretty good shape too, for how old it is. I was really amazed with it. Just trying to like show other people and ask them, oh, what'd you find? Because like nobody was like working anymore after they like forced us all out. So like nobody else seemed to appreciate or understand what it was I was holding. Like, man, where the heck were you guys educated? Freaking Barnes? Like, this is Charles Darwin's Origin of the Species. Like, holy crap. It's an original print. Like, I don't know how much this is worth, but it's gotta be a lot. And I'm holding it. And I'm supposed to be taking photos of it, and I don't care. Should have just left with it, honestly. But then they'd actually have me for something. Theft is they'd be stealing company property. But still, like what I was saying, what are they gonna do? Fire me? They're already laying us off unfairly for something that they did. Dirtbags. Man, too, and I remember meetings and stuff when they were showing us, like, company reports and, like, information of, like, how the company's doing. I was watching those reports, and I would occasionally, like, say, like, alright, anybody have questions? And I'd raise my hand, like, you seem really positive about this, but I don't think you understand the difference between profit and income. You seem to be thinking you're making millions of dollars, but your expenses are higher. That means you lost money. Like, don't you get that? They're idiots. These people went to school for business, and I was, like, having to tell them, pay attention. You're gonna get everybody to lose their job because you're no good at paying attention to the one thing you went to school for. They didn't appreciate it when I would raise my hand. Though, I'm sure somebody in the office did. They'd be like, oh, good. That one guy who actually understands how to read our expense reports is speaking. God, they were so dumb. Anywho's, we're moving on to another pen. And after that, that's supposed to be a flower. I'm probably going to pull up a reference photo for that. American school's too stupid to teach about Charles Darwin. Well, like, a lot of schools would get in trouble for teaching about that because, like, especially, like, Catholic schools or any private institutions, they would have religious extremist crazies for the parents, and they would find out you were learning about that sacrilegious nonsense because, like we were talking about the last time, the God of the Gaps. One of those supposed things, like, oh, God created everyone, all humans in his image, and everything else was created just for their express pleasure. All that, right? You heard that? You know, like, God creates Adam first because men have to come first, and then because Adam is bored and lonely, God creates Eve by tearing out one of Adam's ribs. Adam was formed out of clay too, by the way. So, he forms Eve out of one of his ribs, because Eve has to be second. And then on top of that, when time comes in the book of Genesis for the supposed, we're getting to the Charles Darwin thing, supposed origin of humanity, which is why Origin of the Species was so appalling, because the book of Genesis can't possibly be a made-up story. It is Eve, the woman, who gets was tempted by the snake, the serpent, to eat from the forbidden fruit. And she gets Adam to do it as well. Thing is, if you read the exact vernacular in that part, it's actually really great. It's like the greatest oversight that the church will never acknowledge, because they love this idea that they want to push the narrative that men are the greatest and they are superior to women in every way. Except the actual verbiage in that part talking about Eve taking from the tree, there is an actual, like, I don't remember the full quote, but I know that somewhere in there are the words, and Adam, quote, who was with her, also ate of the fruit. So the church was still like, oh, it was the woman, the temptress, she ruined and cursed all of humanity. But Adam was standing right there. Like, even in your own, like, headcanon, it doesn't make sense. Shut up. Oh my god. So, yeah, people a lot of schools, large in like in Texas and places like that, were not permitted to even talk about Charles Darwin. It's sad. Yeah. Because of crazy parents who are told by their priest, oh, yeah, God clearly created all creatures to be subservient to us, to man. They always say man, too. They never say humanity. To man, because it's all about men. Manly men. Music in Mechanic's Core, so good. Just enjoy this for a moment. Anyway, yeah, insane what they did. I always throw that back at Catholics. Why didn't Adam stop Eve? Tell me why. If he's so resistant to temptation, why didn't he stop her? Did you know that he was actually standing there? And I'm not, like, making that up. That's in the Bible. He was standing right there watching her. So he was totally down with it. The reason is because the people writing it, and yes, people wrote that. Another thing the Catholic Church likes to claim, they're like, the Bible was written by the hand of God himself. And we're like, so what does that mean? But humans obviously wrote it. He took over their bodies and compelled them and gave them the inspiration to write. Alright. So he possessed people, took away their free will, correct? And made them write something. That's what he did. That's what your creator, that has to be male, by the way. Okay, sure. So, assuming that's what happened, how come, was this the Council of Nicaea? I think, look this up. There's a council where the higher-ups in the Catholic Church all get together in one place and lay out all of the books that are supposedly written by the hand of God, or like that are holy to their religion. And they just decide which ones are the right ones and which ones they should throw away and ban. There's a simply 4-syllable word to describe that. 4-syllable? Man, my brain's too slow right now to keep up with that. I am sleepy. Okay. Actually, her chin would be a little higher. That's... maybe. I'm gonna just turn back up around here. Nice. Back to what's actually happening, so I need to correctly get her outfit. Hypocrisy. Oh, well, of course, but it's not about, like, oh, no, that doesn't make sense, because the reason that doesn't affect anybody, and it's never gotten anywhere, is it doesn't matter to them. You're dealing with, you know, this honestly happens with cults, if you follow me here. I mean, like, by definition, the Catholic Church is a cult, but, like, they're really exploiting and lying to people, trying to control and manipulate the information that comes into them so that they are so convinced by what they hear that they will do anything, believe anything for that group that told them that. They will send them money continuously. There's something that happens every single Mass at a Catholic Mass. They're going to pass around a bag, a little basket, for you to fill up with money. For what? Have you ever seen a priest's car? It's really nice. You think you're paying for, like, the local food kitchens? No. Look at the priest's cars. Look at their teeth. Look at how healthy they are. You're paying for that one scumbag to keep, like, putting his hands on little kids in the parish. Protecting pedophiles. Buying them cars. Yeah. It's gross. So yeah, hypocrisy doesn't matter because, like, in, like, a cult, for example, you could point something out to someone and say, like, but what they just told you, you know isn't true. I just proved that it's not true. Let's just go to the Charles Darwin thing. Like, this came out and it disproves this part about Genesis. We know that it's not true. And there's two factions of people that sprung out of this, both of which are completely absorbed and not going to listen to reason. The first is that, obviously, everything that is in that book is the work of the devil, right? And because of that, we need it taken out of schools. Children can't learn these lies. So, it's actually taken out of schools. There are a lot of schools that legitimately still to this day cannot teach about Charles Darwin because they have very uneducated parents who are just so taken. It's a psychological condition. So taken by this idea that has been hammered down to them by, it's not just the Catholic Church, it's just predominantly the Catholic Church, making them believe this nonsense because they're trying to protect their integrity of the narrative that they weave. How does this happen every time? There should be another bump back here, and then that. That doesn't look right. Nah. Oh yeah, the other type of person will say, "Oh, well, obviously, if Charles Darwin's thing is correct, that means that, well, not all of the Bible is scientifically accurate, of course. We can't expect that the people of ancient times knew about how the science of the world works." And I'm like, oh, hold up. You can't have this both ways. You can't tell me that God possessed these people to write this book, but possess them to write incorrect things. Things that we would disprove. Oh, there's so many scientific inaccuracies in the Old Testament especially. So many of them. It's insane. You're telling me that this absolutely infallible God possessed these people to write these things, and he wrote incorrect things about how his own universe works that he should know. That's ridiculous. So obviously, like you can't just make that stuff up. But it's all whatever the convenient truth is, because once again, this is God of the gaps. So, oh well, if the Bible's not completely infallible, just the New Testament is, not the Old Testament. The Old Testament is about stories to learn how to be a good person. The Old Testament's about prostitutes and murder. And, like, it's the most gruesome thing. It's about torture. Have you read it? I have. It's the most horrible book you could ever read. It's probably the most violent book you could ever read. It's insane. Both new and old, but mostly old. Old is nuts. The OT. By the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Catholic Bible is split into two parts: the New Testament and the Old Testament. One's not like particularly older. It's just like, I mean, it is, but not in the grand scheme of things. Not enough to really make a difference. No, it's more so like New Testament is basically like Jesus's time and on. And OT is, like, supposedly, like, a history of the world tracing people's lineages back to Adam and Eve, which is the most ridiculous thing. So, like, that means, assuming that, ancient people weren't just pulling our leg and hoping that, since we can't validate that, oh, we must accept that it's true, it's either that, or, they actually, like, concocted an entire narrative and the entire thing's bogus. Either it's a lie to try and trick you to connect back to a fictitious person, or the whole thing is just a story. Isn't that nuts? Oh my god. But yeah, you know, we're gonna hear local priests talk about that. Yeah, the OT man's messed up. And, like, the church will continuously, like, try to grab quotes from all throughout the Bible to try and make it mean what they want it to mean. Which is why, like, people will have to get, like, magazines, little pamphlet subscriptions and stuff. That's why they need a priest to translate everything for them. They'll have a reading for the day, and then the priest will start talking about, like, how, you know, these wars are absolutely justified, or, like, some other atrocities are perfectly fine, or, like, telling you how to feel about the world, and then, like, just tying it in, like, oh, obviously, God hates it if, you're homosexual, because that's not natural, and, how dare anyone think otherwise? See, it's right there in the Bible. Even though it's not in any way there at all, doesn't matter. It says what they want it to mean. Old Testament literally taught you how society should work, but the church immediately covered their butts when society objected to it. I mean, like, I wouldn't say it's teaching you how society should work. It's showing you, like, the failures of humanity. It's a travesty, that book. Like, it's talking about, like, the time of Solomon, time of David, and it's all a time of murder, deceit, corruption. It's slavery, widespread, rampant atrocities across the board. It's despicable. Everything that happens in that freaking book. It's insane. But you're not really going to see a lot of people, like, confidently coming out and talking about how messed up it is. Because they kind of can't, at risk of, like, you know, what they're talking about. Since YouTube kind of destroyed, like, you know, my audience, like, not allowing people to watch me anymore, I don't care. I can talk about whatever I feel like. But I kind of felt the inclination to make videos that, like, better articulated why I would feel the way that I do, and it's not to distance myself from anybody in particular, but more so to, like, better inform people who just don't have that opportunity, don't have that education. You know, I went through full Catholic grade and high school. Okay, so I know what they're teaching. I had to study that. And because I did, made me an atheist. Because I studied it. And I learned. I asked them questions. You know, I go into science class next door, and science, like, what's science about? Science is about asking questions and learning about the world. If someone tells you something, you need to validate it and make sure that it's true. Go next door to the next class, it's religion. And they're like, okay, this is what happened. We're like, but that sounds really nonsensical. How did that actually work? Can we figure that out? And you're like, no, you need to have faith. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's not how anything works. I got in a lot of trouble. They didn't like me much in my religion classes. Sigh. So I learned I had to just kind of like duck my head down and be like, they are all like this. They will not actually have a discussion. They won't listen. I'm asking them legitimate questions like, okay, so Moses is fleeing with his slaves from Egypt, and the Pharaoh's after him, okay? And the sea parts. I'm like, okay, well, as long as this is happening in our universe, this Red Sea is obeying, and it's a real place. This is obeying the laws of physics that govern our world. Correct? Yeah? Okay. Let's figure out how that happened. That sounds pretty amazing. I want to know how that happened. Don't you want to know how that happened? God did it. Shut up. Well, I want to know how it happened. So if God did it, how did he do it? And you're like, well, you have to have faith. Shh. Immediately shut people down when they start pulling quotes from the Bible to support an argument. Oh, but that's the easiest time to slam them, man. Bible's, oof, full of all sorts of crap. I'm really disappointed that, like, it's not more widespread anymore that, like, the Bible is complete nonsense. I feel like this should be common knowledge now. It's a true failure of our education system. Not to tell children that this is ridiculous, this is wrong, don't learn this. That's just as bad as what the Catholic schools will impose on kids already. That's just as bad as telling them this is right. Stop asking why it's right. You know. Even though, like, I could do the research in a paper that I had to do, and I end up trying to talk about science and explaining how certain things can happen and trying to justify it to myself. And you're like, okay, so, there is a certain tide that annually can recede from the Red Sea. Not annually, but, like, every 100 years or so. And, let's just say by sheer coincidence, and that's what your God's interference was, by sheer coincidence, this happened to be right when Moses is leading his people across the Red Sea. Meaning that it couldn't have actually been the same time as you would thematically like it to be, that Pharaoh is after him. Instead, years after, or maybe even just a matter of months, when the sea is going to flood back in. Tide comes back in, crushes it all. And by the tide receding is just enough so that you can actually walk through it. It's not like giant walls of pillars of water were on either side. So, like, I would actually get points marked off in my papers, even though I did all this research and, like, trying to do my best to, like, jump through so many hoops to explain this kind of stuff and, like, write stuff about this, and they would still be like, oh, but that's not what happened. You don't know what happened. Do you think you're reading a first-hand account? Who do you think wrote this? It's somebody writing a story, and they're not writing a story because they were there. They're writing a story because they're trying to sell a book. You know, they're trying to sell a story. They're trying to sell an idea. It's like nobody looks at Homer or, like, you know, they're reading the Odyssey or something like that, and they're like, oh, this, clearly was written by ancient humans back when giants existed and people were sailing across the seas on grand adventures. No! Man. People. It's so tough. Like, you can try. You know, you can try to explain that stuff, but if you're trying to actually instruct kids, you have to tell them the truth. Give them the puzzle pieces. And the thing is, the church, I didn't realize it for way too long, was afraid of actually providing what those pieces were. What are the actual facts? What's the information that we have to go from so we can come to a logical conclusion? If you're trying to make extraordinary claims that there is some glowing, bearded man in the sky who created everything, you better be able to back that up. What's the quote? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you were going to court and you had to argue that there truly is a god, and you bring that book, you would be laughed out of the courthouse. That's how I got kicked out of university. My grades fell because teachers were extremely inadequate and unreliable. Well, I've had my share of bad teachers, but, like, I've never tried to blame the teacher for my own failings. If like, the grading system was unfair, sure, I've encountered many of those. I've also encountered many teachers who were just not there for it. Didn't understand what the heck they were doing. Didn't understand what the word pedagogy even meant. Still, when I had those bad teachers, I would go to others or, like, look elsewhere to do my actual learning to make sure I could pass my classes properly. But that's just me. Dedicated weirdo. Even to stuff that I don't really care about. Well, it's tougher when you don't care. You're told you have to care. You know, the worst is when, like, I don't know what to say as, like, a parent when, you know, say, for example, I remember when I was a kid, and my grandfather passed away. It really hurt me a lot. Like, I was so sad about that. I remember it's one of the first times I was crying where I wasn't being beaten by my parents. And, oh, yeah, fun story. So, I'm, like, 6, I think. No, hold on. I'm 8. I was 8 at the time. He died in 2000. And, I remember I couldn't hold it back, and I started crying. And this is in mass. My mom starts hitting me, telling me to shut up. So, later, you know, more respectable human beings who are trying to explain to an 8-year-old what has happened to my grandfather, because I didn't understand. I hadn't really experienced death like that. And they'll tell me, like, oh, it's okay, he's in heaven now. He gets to be happy forever. I'm like, but I will ask, as an 8-year-old, oh, that's good. How do we know that? Because I want to be sure. I want to make sure my grandpa's okay. Like, I thought he was gone forever. You're telling me he's okay? Oh, look at all this that I don't have to draw that's under the bubble. Whoops. And, well, you have to have faith. But where did that information come from? Don't you ask these questions? Like, did somebody just tell you that when you die, you're gonna go to this glowing place in the sky and everything will be okay there? Then, like, how? Then explain to me why it's a sin to commit suicide. Wouldn't it be better that you know, hurry up and make it, get there faster? It's never what it's about, no. So, they never gave me a good answer. They never said, like, okay, so you gotta tell me who died and then came back and told you a full account of what happened. So, I did a lot of research on near-death experiences. It took a long time for me to absolutely guarantee, validate there's absolutely no chance that any of this crap's true. Even though it should have been obvious. It was obvious. I knew it from the start, but, like, just because you know something in like science, or you think you're positive about something, doesn't mean that you should like write off the experiment. And I'd read about like even like a neurologist. I have the book on my shelf right over there. Actually, I think I might have sold it because I didn't care about it. Anyway, so read these accounts, many as I could. Not that I wanted to, but many as I was handed. And obviously here it's true because of this. And then I look into it and I'll actually do my own research and go, but hold on, we can explain exactly what happened to this person. While you're like declared dead, and you're not actually dead, which is why that happens. This person was just experiencing hallucinations, and like their memory function was knocked out. Like they were actually just seeing things constantly the entire time. You're trying to tell me that like the most unreliable witness ever comes up to you, says like, oh, you should believe like this extraordinary claim that I have without a second thought because it has something to do with your religion, and you're not allowed to question your religion at all. Aside from that being extremely unhealthy, it's just unwise. I hope this looks like a flower, by the way. I never really got myself to believe in it. Even as a kid, I just felt like I was acting like I believed. I had to do that too. Like I would just ask questions. You know, it's okay to tell kids what it is that you believe is true, but like you gotta give them the information and let them come to their own conclusions. It's not for everybody. And for crying out loud, don't tell them that their grandfather who just died is in some magical foo-foo land when like they're a susceptible little kid and they don't know any better. So then like, let me turn this off so I can actually see, because the bubbles are gonna be covering that up. That looks good enough. I'd say I might give like this petal a little bit more juice here. Maybe even that one, but you're probably not gonna see it. Alright, is Bo asleep in class? But like, so I don't know what to do as a parent. So when there's kids like down the street, okay, they're cute kids. They play with Clover. She really loves playing with them. And it had just rained or something like that a couple days previous. Not even days. It was still kind of damp on the ground. They're all playing outside. And there's some dead worms on the ground. Okay. And the oldest of the bunch, who's 7, I think, she says, "Oh, it's okay. My teacher says that that worm is up in heaven right now." And I'm like, I don't know what to say, because it's that's a kid. Like, this kid was just fed a narrative, and kids, they trust adults. You know, they're gonna believe what you say. That's why they start you so early, by the way, for doing the sacraments and all that stuff. They want to get you before you're asking questions like an adult. Trying to maintain a degree of faith, honestly. Can't bring myself to discard it as ramblings of madmen pretending to be a conduit or of our straight-up God. Because I, for the most part, need to know just what happens when we do pass. I mean, like, scientifically, I can tell you. You know, it's not like humans are special. We're just animals. Just like worms. Just like apes that we're close to. Why? How come the Charles Darwin ape, you know, why is it excluded from the supposed heaven that humans have manufactured? Humans also came up with purgatory, by the way. They like to pretend that that's not true, but humans came up with purgatory. You know why? Because the church was trying to sell indulgences to make extra cash. So they decided, oh, well, never mind. It's not about you're a bad person, you go to hell, you're a good person, you go to heaven. Now, everybody first goes to purgatory, where their sins and their good deeds are weighed on a scale, and based on how many bad deeds are there, minus the good deeds, they're gonna wait that many years in purgatory before they go to the real heaven. Like, okay. So, they made that up so they could sell you an indulgence. An indulgence, though now you might be like, oh man, this new game came out. I'm going to indulge myself and have a great time this weekend. An indulgence for the church is, say you spent like $10,000 in order to decrease your wait time in purgatory by a year. I'm not kidding. This is real. Look it up. The church might even still do this, by the way. So, it's always been a gross thing about money. And they, like, invent stuff just for the sake of money or controlling people. It's sad. But, like, what do I do for a kid? You know, what do I say to this kid who says, like, oh, it's okay because this worm is in heaven now. Like, even though when I was a kid, that didn't even fit the narrative at the time, because humans were supposed to be better than animals. They don't go to heaven. Like, what about my dog? I'm so sad about my dog. My dog just died. No. Only humans. Humans are in God's image. That dog, that was made to bring you pleasure while you were alive. The dog is gone. So then, from that point on, I never cried at a funeral as a kid. Only cried when a dog died, because the dog was actually gone for real. And supposedly, I'm going to see these people again. Do more research. That's BS. So these people are actually gone. Don't lie to kids. For money. God. The only real way out of it is for a proper educational system to teach people to just ask questions, investigate things, test, make a hypothesis, see if you can validate the claims of something. Understand when you're being manipulated. Understand, like, these are important things, especially in this day and age with the internet, where people are manipulating the information that comes to you. Like, right now, you can go watch videos of AI-generated, oh man, there was this big one with Biden. AI-generated video to make it look and sound like, oh, there's a dude's shoulder here. Make it sound like he's, like, reinstating a military draft. You know, like, somebody did that as a joke. And even though it didn't look very good, it didn't matter because it can fool old people and people who don't know any better. So, the problem is, what I'm getting at here, if we live in a society that we're being told, you must believe what I tell you, and not think about it, that worked for a series of governments and countries controlling their people for thousands of years of human history. That's what it was for. It doesn't work when we live in a society where you can look up information online and try to validate the claims of what you were just told. But if people are intentionally being taught not to do that, you get your information from a social media scroll where you see something really quick or see the title of an article but you don't actually read it, that does serious damage to, like, how the brain develops and perceives information. It's way too trusting, and if it's way too trusting, you're back under their control again. There's nothing you can do. Like, I don't know how you're ever gonna, like, help, you know, kids. Like, the kid down the street, I'm telling you, she might have been a great scientist. She might still be, you know. But, like, right now, she may, like, look back and regret all this time of being told to think a certain way, and she might not even remember the things that she had to say. Like, so now the narrative currently is, okay, but animals are also allowed to go to heaven. Jack's reference to that, who made that film? All Dogs Go to Heaven. That wasn't Disney, was it? I didn't think it was Disney. Anyway, it might have been Disney. It's an okay movie. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, why would humans want that? Because they like their pets. Not for the good of what the animal wants. Do you think the animal, like, what if the animal, the dog, any pet, considers you as like its slave owner and it wants to be free of you? You know how many cats you open a door and they bolt? They don't like people. Don Bluth? No. I wasn't talking about Don Bluth. I meant like the company. But was it just Don Bluth himself and his own company? In which case it's really impressive. He's a wonderful animator. Alright, we got all the horizontal lines back there. Actually, let's just free do these. Yeah. But yeah, could you imagine, like, you, for all eternity, some alien race comes and doesn't respect our intelligence. They're so far above us. They keep us as pets. And, their religion apparently is the correct one. And when you die, because that alien wished it, you are forever enslaved by them as their pet. And they just keep you for their amusement. If the movie, and what happened to the voice actress, Judith Marthy's a terrible mix. I don't know what happened to the voice actress. No, I don't even know what she's voiced. I have not heard of her. Though I think I've seen the movie a long time ago. Been a long time. Might have been 8. So, like 2000, probably older than that, honestly. That sounds too recent. What is back there? Oh, that's a narration box. I'm like, what is that thing? Well, that's what I said. That's why I said it. And, let's get this, if you're curious what I'm drawing, this is like a courthouse in law school. Is this gonna be straight? Nope. Alright, we're just gonna have to freehand this one. I'm not gonna be able to get the rotation right. Luckily, these are relatively short lines. I mean, the farther back you zoom, the straighter they're gonna be. Shorter, I mean. There we go. All Dogs Go to Heaven, 1989. Well, yeah. Directed by Don Bluth. That's not what I meant. Co-directed by Gary Goldman. I was asking the company. I didn't... Thanks, Wikipedia. Yeah. My question was, what company? I wasn't questioning that Don Bluth had anything to do with it. That had nothing to do with what I meant. Don Bluth is an incredible animator. But that's not what I was asking. Alright, so, we got some books kind of scattered in the foreground. I guess we'll just start working left to right here. Assume this person has a book out as well. Let's get like a bunch of pages. Alright. Some scribbling text inside. Way too much information. No pictures. I worry for the children who are too trusting of the adults. You know, Clover asks me questions, and if I don't know the answer, I'll say, I don't make up something, which so many adults do, or they change the subject. She asked me a difficult question. I'll say, that's a good question. Let's find out. I'll pull up my phone, and like right then, we start researching what does that thing look like? What or like how does this happen? She'll say, where did trees come from? Or something like that, right? It's easy for a parent to just go, oh, they come from seeds. Don't just like tell somebody something. Pull up actual information and I show her, well, see, when a tree is a little tiny baby, it starts like this, and it needs to be in the ground, and it soaks up water, and it starts to grow. Roots, once it has roots, it goes above the ground and it starts to make leaves. And the leaves can soak up the sunlight. They're like solar panels, but they naturally grow on this thing, and they help it get bigger and bigger, just like you get bigger when you eat food. And you can like actually watch with diagrams, and they can see and actually learn how it gets bigger. So definitely not Disney. Well, Don Bluth has worked for Disney. He's done a lot of Disney stuff. Goldcrest Films, Sullivan Bluth Studios, Ireland Limited. That makes sense. I didn't think it was Disney. We're like, Sword in the Stone is Don Bluth, and also Disney. He's done them. Oh, that was not the right angle. He also did Dragon's Lair. One of the best animated games ever. One of the hardest games ever. Some people might even say it's one of the worst games ever, but that's really harsh. Anyway, it's a film, and it's a cute little film. It's got nothing to do with like teaching kids stuff that like isn't, you know, factual. It's just a fun children's movie. I have the issues where a parent is okay with simply telling their child, this is the answer to something. This is the thing that you asked about. Here is the answer. That quashes creativity and curiosity. It's a bad thing. All the time. Because sometimes, like, if you just say, where's the tree come from? It comes from the seed. They don't have any questions to ask you. Yeah. Nope. Wait, am I supposed to? Why, were they on the dinner or something like that? I don't know what you put in this, but it made me feel really sick. Yeah, it felt really sick. Also, you put a lot of seeds in it. Unless that was... Oh, yeah, I was chewing and chewing and chewing and trying to gulp them down. Neither do I. It's pretty gross. And it makes me feel sick. I'm working through a headache. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna try and finish this panel. Not before 4:30. Well, here we are again, complaining about everything wrong with the world when we're supposed to just be having a good time drawing. Seems to keep happening. I think we actually got some Atari games that were made by Don Bluth Studios. Or at least based on his designs and whatnot. It's come up in Atari Action Hour, I'm not sure. Which will, this week, start being NES Quest instead. I'm excited. Quest to play every NES game. I'm still not sure about the rules of, like, what we're gonna do. Like, how long we're gonna spend on each game. It's probably just gonna be, like, play till you feel like it. Which will end up being, for certain games, I might beat them. Just like Atari. But then some games we might play for like 30 seconds and be like, oh, I've had enough. I can't. Also, we did all the unlicensed stuff before. But I don't think we're going to continue that on NES. Like, that could be like its own sort of quest there. Still vote a timer. Maybe 15-20 minutes per game. See, like, but then, like... So, here, think about it like this. We get to the M's, and we have to look at every single Madden game. And there's, like, 30. Well, a bunch of sports games all right next to each other. And they're all basically the same game over and over and over again. We're gonna open that and be like, nope. Nope. Done. Can't do it. So, but there's the possibility of a game being borderline unplayable. Exactly. So, like, and you're assuming 15-20 minutes is a long time to be stuck with a game you kind of hate. I feel like we need a better way to register that. Zach has still not even told me a time that he can do it. Man, the soundtrack's so good. I'm not sure if I like his Xenoblade 3 or 1 track soundtrack better. I think they're both better than Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Trigger is the soundtrack that Yasunori Mitsuda says, in his opinion, is his favorite when he's done. I can see that. It's kind of like a first love thing. Like, he worked himself to the bone on that. Literally, too. He actually hospitalized himself. That's why they needed Nobuo Uematsu to come in and finish 4 tracks that he couldn't. Can't quite get this angle without rotating, and I'm just not feeling the rotation right now. This book's open, but the others... That one had stuff inside. I don't want to just scribble, but, like... That looks so bad. Man worked himself nearly to death on the game. Yeah. He pulled a, Masahiro Sakurai. Like on, is that Melee? Melee. Sakurai nearly worked himself to death. He was hospitalized as well. He got like a stomach ulcer from stress and tendinitis in his hands. Yet he still continues to do what he loves. And suddenly stopped his YouTube series because he's going back to work on something he can't tell us about. Which is almost certainly Nintendo coming back like, okay, we know you want to retire, and you've wanted to retire since, Brawl. Actually, Melee. He wanted to retire since Melee. So, how about you make another Super Smash Brothers game? Because we can't seem to figure out how to do it without you. To be fair, they weren't exactly preparing a replacement for him at any point. This student, like, we've all had to sit next to somebody like this. What a jerk. Let the man sleep. Alright, let's try and get the edge of angry glasses. Angry square glasses, too. Ooh, what a monster. Give her a real masculine-looking chin. No particular reason. I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to ugify characters who remind me of people I couldn't stand in real life. What the heck is this track? It's like a... I don't think I've heard this. A super happy version of, like Frontier Village? What is this? You can tell Sakurai was burnt out in Melee. Oh, yeah, well... his wife was, like, begging for him to stop. That's not the spacebar. Shouldn't have really given those depth, but... oh my god, I'm realizing this character could be, like, they actually look really similar to somebody I drew in R, but in a wig. My head candidate should be them. Kinda makes sense, they would be a stickler like this. Yeah, that looks like a man in a wig. Also met many, many unpleasant females. Would look like that. I'm assuming Kim finished up her yard work and everything worked out outside. It's good. Boy, I need to lay down. Just like the edge of a shirt. Not like the bottom of the shirt, that'd be kind of weird. I must be getting tired. Like, my hands are getting, they're going in directions I'm, like, not quite telling them to go. This soundtrack is like... I do not remember this playing in the game. Just add like a little bump here. Trying to correct the hand a bit. Usually when I'm sketching and I'm just like, okay, it's gonna be in that general area, you would not see your thumb. It would be underneath. Tefra Cave again? Maybe you returned to Tefra Cave. Yeah, oh yeah, you totally returned to Tefra Cave, but like way later in the story. Oh yeah, yeah, this is with the strings. Looks like someone I went to high school with. Looks like an angry dude wearing a wig. They look like a jerk. Got a big, plain-looking, ugly bangle on her wrist, too. Judging this person so much. So let's raise that a bit. Looks kind of fat. Okay, alright, good. Oh, our lovely MC. Man, I need a glass of water. I mean, finishing a page and a half is, definite huge strides forward. It's more than I expected I'd get done today. We also did some really tough panels, like, honestly, the panels on this page are really tough, too. I really hope people are gonna like this book. So much work goes into it. But also, like, I'm confident that it can stand out. It's very unique. I also hope that it's written well. Like, I'm not a professional writer, but, like, I did my best. It to be compelling enough. Alright, let's see. Let's get this napage. Slow, erotic napage. It's exactly what you all came here for. Don't lie, you know it was. To this funky beat. Because I can't play my Spotify on YouTube. If I can find a way to stream like this on Discord, play my Spotify instead, I would. But like, I wouldn't really want it to be in like a voice call. I'd probably be talking too much about my Spotify and less, you know, being able to talk to other people. I'd be like, oh, shush, 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 it's the good part. I want to hear this. It's so good. My music is not terrible. I know it's terrible, but it's not terrible. Alright, that shouldn't be there. That should. That other line? No, it was bad line. Back on Spotify again. What do you mean we're back on Spotify again? I just know that there's gonna be pages that like I can't stream me making because they wouldn't exactly be appropriate for all ages, as a man falling asleep in law school is. Not in that way. There we go. Yeah. Really out. Oh, that goes the other way. really? Oh, really? Yeah, so either I have to, simply just draw some entire chapters. I actually did it already for chapter 2. There were some pages in there that I was like, that's kind of pushing it. YouTube might be a little upset with it. Let me see, though, one page in particular might get it for, like, gore, but it really shouldn't. The rest of the book. Nudity's definitely a thing, eventually. Though, actually, no, it was a thing in chapter 2 as well. Forgot about that. You didn't see that. Because I decided I probably shouldn't stream that part. Gotta go where the story takes you. Actually, yeah. Never mind, chapter 2 is pretty violent, too. Yeah. There's a dude who gets stabbed in the pee hole. In a pretty, gruesome way. Lots of blood. Let's just erase our way through this guy here. I'm just gonna assume that, yeah, here, let's actually make this bigger. Temporarily. Now, do you need it too? Oh, good, that guy's done. Sweet. Just Tubbo here. Alright. I can make fun of him. I made him. He's mine. Alright, is that like the shirt toughen out? Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a shirt. Oh yes, gotta protect the kids. The kids, they made a separate app for that, but then no one uses. I use it. Just saying. But yeah. It's actually a very helpful app. The problem is, YouTube's content wasn't made for that. And it destroyed a lot of channels that were, like, for children. There were a lot of great kids' YouTube channels that I'm discovering that, kind of got destroyed because of the algorithm changing. Not just the algorithm, but, like, demonetizing all of their videos and shutting down what their show was, and now they can't afford to do what they did, even though they made great resources for children. YouTube. Ruining everything. Like, if like, advertising to kids was the problem, for one, like, no other company seems to have a problem with that. There's tons of advertisement already that is geared for kids to watch. Watch, like, Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network for, like, 10 minutes. You're gonna get bombarded with that stuff. It never occurred to them to do that. YouTube's doing it for the cash. But in the end, ironically, they, like, lost tons of money doing that. Man, I had a, I don't remember what grade level I was in at the time, but I had a teacher. This poor guy, he was super overweight. But, like, he had this bad habit of, like, leaning way over you. Like, the guy had to have been a pedophile. He would actually have his zipper unzipped a lot of the time, and nobody would tell him, because we were, like, kind of scared of him. Like, nobody wanted him near them. He made everybody on edge. And he would, like, lean over kids really far instead of walking around to go grab something or, like, give something to somebody else. And, like, oh, God. Like, there it is. All cramped in that tiny little package. Yeah, there were some really good kids shows that I wish there were more of, because, like, I had to keep looking, like, oh, great, well, I gotta go with the free stuff. And you know what the free stuff is? It's, like, the super low-effort CG crap that comes out of China. You know, some companies that just, like, automate this, oh, God, absolute garbage, because it has to be free. Not allowed to make children's content unless it's free. So YouTube used to be a great platform for children's entertainment. They sabotaged that, because that's what YouTube does. They sabotage themselves. Didn't put this anywhere near where it was on the sketch, but I don't really care. Good enough. Okay, those are some really sloppy hands. Let's say this paper is up here. Ooh. I think this is those who bear fangs at God. The name of the track. I could be wrong. But there is absolutely a song called Those Who Bear Fangs at God. Xenoblade Chronicles. Outstanding game. That looks really screwy. I don't know why it looks so screwy. Okay, so, like, this should be going up higher. No. Here's the problem. His thumb's going that way. Made his finger, like, connecting all the way up into the back of his hand. No, I'm mixing it up with some other track. Alright, I got half the hand. It doesn't look great, but hopefully nobody's looking at this kid. I say kid. I even said kid for my students when I was a university professor for a while. It's not just like, if you're younger than me, you're a kid. It was more like how they acted. And I was like, oh my god. Don't tell me I was like this. Like this. Oh, they're so immature. Really, made me worry, like, oh gosh, we allow these people to drive. We allow these people to get married at this age. Like, to drink. Like, they could do anything. I'm looking at them like, oh my god, you're all so immature. You're gonna look back at this point in your life and regret it just as much as you will your teenage years. And yet you're allowed to do all these things. Not that I think we should take rights away from people. No, it's just, your physical maturity has nothing to do with, your age. It's everything to do with the kind of person you are. Oh, yuck. Belly should not go over that. This guy's large, but let's not go overboard. Alright, this hand I'm kind of more worried about. You seem to see it a little bit more. I'm almost done. I can do this. Clover should be back home by now. Alright. Alright, here we go. Let's start at the fingertip. I'm clearly sleepy. Come on, man, fingers. Man fingers. That's what they used to call me in high school. It's not true. Man fingers. Man fingers. Fingers, man. You ever just fingers sometimes? Do you know about fingers? Have you ever seen a chicken finger? Like at the chicken's actual literal finger? Have you ever seen it? Have you ever become one with the chicken finger? What if the finger of the chicken was actually its leg? Oh, it is? Oh, what if the leg of the chicken was actually delicious? Oh, it is? These fingers look terrible. It's really just this one here. Like, God, lopsided fat. Poor man, just dunk. I think the problem here is that the perspective is changing with his hands because I wasn't grabbing a reference here. Like, he's like warping the paper. Okay, I know a way to fix it without too much effort. Move that in front of the others, and then we'll just start adjusting these as we go back. Like, this finger shouldn't be sticking out that much. Okay, never mind. That is definitely too much effort. Alright, better though. At least the perspective fits the other one more. He's even got a tiny little hand, poor guy. All this finger talk is making my own fingers tender. Your fingers are tender, my friend. I've been drawing all day. And I forgot the door. Alright. 4 lines. Starting here, 1. Thin one. Wide one. Actually, you wouldn't see this one do the perspective, would you? No, you totally would. And right down the middle. And, sure, here's a doorknob. Here's another doorknob. Well, door thing. A door thing. Woo! Hey, look, I actually almost finished 2. That panel doesn't look hard. I could totally do that offline. What's on 61? And I'm caught up with my sketches! Because I didn't do this one yet. There we go. Hey, actual progress. Yeah. Alright, so we finished 60 and 59 today. Yeah. Oh, boy. I'm still so damn tired. But I'm going to have to get going. It has been a time. And, hey, look at this. We didn't even finish the Xenoblade Chronicles soundtrack. How far are we here? We are on disc 4, Zanza's World Remastered. And it goes all the way down to disc 6. Damn. How long is this? Does it tell me a total runtime? No. Oh, yes, it does. 12 hours. 25 minutes. Whoa. That's nuts. Alright, but anyway, that is all the time I have for this. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Remember to like the videos and subscribe for more, and I will see you guys in the next stream. NES Quest. Bloop.